Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Is it Monday yet? No. So I didn't see any significant increase in put OI. At least not in the money. Theoretically they could use out of the money puts, but it would get lost in the noise of, the rest of the call buying. So I'm not seeing a lot of in the money puts, and that's pretty indicative that nothing's being marked long. So hopefully today and Monday will be, we won't see anything get marked long today as well. Because remember, because of that FINRA extension, the 24th, 25th is kind of wonky, and we have ETF flow for both days. So yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna keep checking it, but yeah, this so far as of this morning, nothing looks to have been marked long. Tesla dead. Oh, probably not. The market went down hard overnight. This might run a little bit today. Is the SPY coming up too? I don't know. I might maybe don't chase it. You're in Europe, right? So you're probably using CFDs. I don't know if I'd chase it. If not marked long, does that mean it has to be delivered today for the 24th? Yes. It's still not clear if the 24th or the 25th was the holiday deferral though. And there's ETF flow for both days. And for the first as well. So it's hard to say which day they used, if they used ETFs to cover OPEX. It's hard to say which day they did it on. Because if you look at 3-1 on IWM, the flow is massive. Like $1 billion notional. Negative flow. Back now. Glad I could finally get back to listening to your soothing Persian voice. Thanks, Dork. That was for 3-2, the one that I posted in the Discord last night. That was what was, because there's a day lag where it's available at market open the following day. At least on the data set that we have. But in the daily DD, I posted the 3-3 put OI for XRT and IWM. Market down, futures up, drama on the sub. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe someone did get margined. Maybe we did see margin on the Facebook dips too. Starting to eat each other. I mean, everything's fucking like the VIX is squeezing, oil's squeezing. We'll talk about wheat in a little bit, but ding ding. Could be relevant, yeah. VIX up 8%. You're rolling or near the money 318s yet? No. What will you be doing with your Twitch channel? I'm not sure yet. I want to cross stream to it, but I haven't figured that out. I should really sit down this weekend and figure out how to do that properly, but I guess I hate money. I don't know. Oh, you bitch. Why everything up hard into open? Big drop overnight because of the shelling of the nuclear facility in Ukraine. DDS opening volume? What was it, like 2? Oh, that's not that bad. Okay, GameStop pushing up into gamma neutral, which is sweet. Leaked radiation is giving our stock this weird color. No. We see no MOASS till Q4 earnings report. It could drive some interest, and it's possible that the IV spike could affect the variance positions. But I don't think, I mean, without guidance, I don't see Q4 earnings being all that important. And I doubt we'd see guidance to the shareholders meeting. Cat pushing down a little bit. Hey, this is why I buy so much time, is because these recovery periods, but I really got to update this. Hold on. I don't want to have to open TradingView every time I check this because I have a pretty big position over here. So give me a second. Yeah, so little rejection, but I'd watch that EMA 60 for a bounce. So possible low today at like 190. If it fell through that, I'd be taking profits on like my my 185s. So this could, oh, on GameStop, this can very well be the bounce that we were looking for off of our trend here. Let me adjust for the after hours from last night. Not a lot of volume on that, but I should still. So if this is our floor, this is a solid bounce. we need some volume to break out above that 125 range, which hopefully we see a little bit of today, although it's not looking super promising. I guess I'd be happy with just buy pressure. This break to the upside after that initial opening CNS clear is good, especially if it pushes up through gamma neutral. They can cover through end of day. All the same bullshit with dark pools applies. Glad I didn't chase the cat run now. Yeah, that was smart. It can technically reject all the way back down into like the 180s again. I hope it doesn't, but there is a possibility for it. What you eating? It's fucking oatmeal. It's like overnight oats. I have to stop listening to your bullish BS. Okay. So trends and patterns matter in after hours and PM. It depends on the volume traded. Technically, no. Not on GameStop, because our overnight volume is rarely relevant, but because of our illiquidity, we can move a lot. And if you know the overnight trading puts us below a significant resistance, then it matters. And so that's why I usually look at GameStop on the daily and the 4 hour. Tesla dead. Fuck, I don't know. It broke to the upside. Lower. It's consolidating. I'd just watch the bottom trend here, Victor. Actually, this could be a little lower. Just because these are so fucking long. Yeah, watch this bottom trend. Or if more accurately, if you want, you can watch this. But it looks like it could bounce. All right, rejected at gamma. It feels like the GME is a spring wound too tightly. It could go at any time. Yeah. If you have 500 shares, you can make $6,000 a month. Yep. We've seen extremely low volume 2 of the past 3 days. It's similar to low volume that preceded August and November runs. Bullish, I hope. Yeah, it is. This like super low volume consolidation has preceded a few of our runs. But yeah, usually by about a week or so. The fuck happened to OPEX? We don't know. Frankly. Got some AMD 110s this morning. Ooh. Nice buy. If you're just day trading it, like weeklies, Carl, watch this 1215 resistance. If this trend falls back below VWAP, especially here at open, it could sag for the rest of the day. How does the low volume play into Wyckoff? Usually you start to experience extremely low volume before like the spring phase. Because the institutions are already in, so the volume dries up. And then they kind of are just waiting for reevaluation of the price. You watching the Jon Stewart thing? No, I didn't. Wonder if he'd interview or vice versa to help shed light on market mechanics. That'd be cool. I have no idea how to set something like that up, but you ban me if we hit 200 end of day. If I remember. Is it possible they managed to avoid OPEX exposure by entering into flex options? No. Right, the ETF. The ETF needs those shares delivered. If they're carrying that negative balance, share balance into earnings, it could cause reporting. Also, you know, billions in leveraged short positions on XRT, paying out, you know, $1 a share in dividend. Feels like OPEX might have gotten hit during the deep market hits. That's possible. It's possible that, you know, the war has fucked up all of our upwards price action. Especially last week. I have my publicist talk to. I don't have a publicist. Did you watch Gaming Wall Street? It was terrible. It's, I guess it's cool for people who think we're all conspiracy theorists, but it was definitely not my favorite documentary. I'm so sure why they owe a dividend and GME doesn't have one. They owe the ETFs dividend. ETFs have dividends. Is WeBull your favorite platform to do trend analysis? What makes you use it? It's absolutely not. I like TradingView way better, but I use it because I'm using it on the stream. I guess I could use TradingView on the stream, but that just means I have even more windows open. I don't know. It's a pain in the ass. I like Webull for options trading primarily. And it's easy to look at all day. If you held on to March 18th for potential buy pressure over the last few days, would you hold through the 10th or roll into April's at a significant reduction of leverage? I would have rolled them several days ago. Last week into April. Um I'm not even that big of a fan of April, except for this like kind of unknown period that we're in. Significant reduction on leverage. Versus just burning them out. I mean, yeah, I would take the reduction in leverage before I just threw the money away. I'm assuming you still have extrinsic value. It doesn't look like they marked anything long, at least yesterday. I agree. There's a lot of there's a lot of issues with presuming that the drop here into the 24th meant that we didn't see the realization of OPEX. And then also additionally maybe that was it, right? Maybe like they just took advantage of that drop to cover the the remainder, right? Like if they pre-hedged and then the 24th was just the remainder of what was left of OPEX. But yeah, I agree that the volume was insufficient given the amount of shorting that occurred over the last quarter, which was in far greater quantity than the shorting that occurred in June or sorry, July or September, October. Totally not tinfoil. Bravely bold Sir Robin rode forth from Camelot. He was not afraid to die. Oh, brave Sir Robin. He was not at all afraid to be killed in nasty ways. Brave, 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 brave Sir Robin. Thank you, Knight Long Johnson. Appreciate it. Wasn't there some theory that the run up dates were firmly based on old GME dividend dates and that our run up dates are only the result of that algorithmic trading pattern? Was that proven wrong? I don't know if it was proven wrong, but it doesn't like having an algorithmic trading pattern that runs the stock in advance of dividend dates doesn't really make sense, especially not leaving it in place after a dividend ceased. Like they just forgot. They literally forgot GameStop. Any thoughts on the short volume being as it's been in months over the past few days? What? Would you be willing to give an example of the strategy focused on selling CCs for GameStop? Is there a rule of thumb strategy? No. It's a highly volatile stock. I mean, the further out of the money you are, the safer you are. I would not sell them during any period where there is the potential for a run up, which we're currently in. That's why I'm not really discussing it. So $65 billion, 85% of it are GME shares not purchased yet. Yes? What? What are those numbers from? Want me to be your publicist? I work for lost gift cards and empty vape cartridges. Sounds like a kid deal. I think a more likely scenario is that MM didn't want it to happen, so it didn't, and it will when they're ready to allow it. I mean, yeah, they can internalize a lot. We already know that. Has anyone discussed the fact that the bar rate on European GameStop shares is 21%? No, but I think it's been mostly high the whole time. Is there any chance of 180 to 200 to come back? Yeah, but not right now. I mean, today doesn't look good for that. I think we can move back up towards VWAP, but who knows the time frame if we're not experiencing these quarterly run-ups. Like, those run-ups are a big part of our long-term price improvement, and so without them, it's questionable if we're just gonna have to wait for action. GME dead. Actual buy pressure to come in. And if that's the case, if we're not getting these quarterly run-ups anymore, then, you know, we obviously have to stop. We have to shift trajectory and plans for making money off of GameStop and go from, you know, being long and bullish to selling volatility and theta. If someone was margin call, would news of it spread within hedge fund circles before becoming known to the general public? I mean, maybe. It depends on how tight-lipped people are. You know, margin calls have happened in the past where no one fucking knew what was going on. Margin calls have happened where everyone knew it was going to happen. It just depends. If someone runs their mouth, then yeah. How things are going. Missing OPEX volume, no volume. They actually got margin called and are counting our attendees and getting ready for blast off. That's what I tell myself. I mean, there's a lot in place to indicate that maybe there would be a margin call, but it's unpredictable and there's no guarantee that one occurred. And so until one occurs, and we see that visibly in the price action, dwelling on it is kind of pointless. Assume there is no margin call because they're very rare and unlikely. I'm having trouble getting a fill on a 140C right now. Volume is very low. Have they been selling in the money puts? Not on the ETFs. So we didn't see anything being marked long the last 2 days. Not significantly. There was a few in the money puts, but nothing major. Too many holders, not enough buyers. Which do you prefer as an options broker? WeBull or IBKR? I mean, I like using WeBull better, but IBKR is definitely the better brokerage. The VIX constantly high. Do you take that to mean that any sort of bull run, no matter how short, is out of the question for the market? No. Because if you're shorting something, especially GameStop, right? You're shorting volatility. And so if volatility blows up, so does your short. If that makes sense. So a spike in the VIX, maybe one of the best catalysts from a market mechanics standpoint that GameStop has. GameStop has, you know, more swap positions on it than it has, like the same number of swap positions on it that companies like Apple have, which is crazy for like a $8 billion market cap company, right? Like nobody should be writing swaps on this shit, but they are. And that's significant, especially with a shift in the VIX or a change in row. So if the Fed bumps rates, both of these can be catalyzing because of the variance positions on GameStop. But they did just change the rules for hedging that variance, and so now it's a little less clear because it's not very clear how, in what way they changed their risk management and those margin requirements for swap positions. Is wheat the next play? Probably. Yeah, it looks kind of good. I'm probably gonna buy a bunch of this. GME. Rig? What's going on with the rig? Ooh, it's an interesting run. Up 5%. Didn't this have like crazy short positions on it? Speculate? Sure. Do some gambling. Why not? Melvin dead? Maybe. What VIX number do you think becomes a significant risk for the shorts? I think if the VIX starts to squeeze, it's already kind of in a feedback loop as, you know, they continue to try to pile into shorts at the peak. Like they're trying to fade that high. And then, you know, the conflict in Ukraine is then, you know, spiking it overnight, which is, you know, blowing up their shorts in the morning and just causing them to like try to pile back in and fade the peak again. Yes, a spike in the VIX is generally inversely correlated with price, but it also increases. It means an increase in volatility, which means that hedging large swap positions becomes more expensive. We happened to see the post the other day. The new portfolio swaps opened on 216 for GME, initial value of 32 billion. What means? I saw the post. Likely, just like return swaps, or like total return swaps, or forwards. Those could be the ETFs setting up to buy back in the shares that were shorted over the last quarter. It would make sense for them to set that up before 218. So. Reddit AMA on Wall Street Bets, Monday, 3/7 at 1 p.m. Bring them all your burning questions about the stock market. Interesting. Is VIX the new Tesla? Sort of. I mean, in the way that the shorts are constantly piling in and trying to fade the peak. A little faster than Tesla, though. I had some ice cream at midnight last night, and it blew up my shorts in the morning. Any chance for wheat to squeeze? Apparently, it was averaging 43% of its traded volume short. Yeah, I think so. Tell us more about wheat. I mean, spring is coming, right? And there's conflict in Ukraine, which is one of the largest agriculture centers in Europe. That plus inflation could lead to a big price in wheat over the next several months, few months. Would this work well with other meme stocks that are on the same cycle? Express Leaps, for instance, possibly. I mean, you can try it. I don't really like Express. I've seen everybody who's played that just get burned. There's just not a lot of interest there. So the volume and volatility that's driven on the cycles is minimal. As of the price range, if you've got $4 calls and the price only moves 30 cents, they're not gonna print very hard. Maybe Ryan Cohen to have had ice cream last night at midnight. Interesting. Are we yet in the uptrend blue triangle? No, we're on the bottom of it. What if I have celiac disease? Sucks. Yeah, wheat usually does track futures. Who needs wheat when we have the crazy squeeze from GME this morning? What are your thoughts on Pump? Is that like a real stock? Perpetro Holding. Oilfield Services Company? Oil and gas companies engaged in exploration. Oh, fucking Christ. I mean, they're going up, but why not just buy oil? Right? Like, ew. But you're just trying to find like $13 oil to buy? I mean, oil's gonna peak, right? It can't sustain these prices forever. I think it's already in like severe backwardation. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like buying into oil and gas exploration. I don't know what Endo is, Victor. I'm not going to check either. Yes, it was held by DFE in some of the old videos. Oh. Everyone trying to copy DFV's plays from a fucking year ago. The market's not the same anymore. They need to capture the snapback. Yeah, that's fair. I expect it'll peak in summer, depending on how much longer this conflict goes on. As Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are buying up cheap Russian assets, is Russia gonna pay for MOASS? I don't know. Doesn't look like much is happening today. Short and cover at 116 again. The blue line looks woefully out of place. It's on a different time frame. The blue line's out here, and it's slightly out of place. But that's because we need to find a floor. Which we had sort of found yesterday, but then the market dipping overnight shot us below it. So until we find a floor and get a bounce, that blue line's kind of just irrelevant. I don't think the market can sustain a fucking $150, $200 barrel per barrel spot price. I think it'll just crash the market at that point. News they seem to be covering. Why? Going to like 104. Only if the market tanks hard. You chug some water in sympathy for Russian day traders who lost everything. I do think this hilarious and cathartic sometimes. What? Oh. Let's talk about that place. Do you see any way we cannot have cycles on GME anymore, given how much they short synthetically? I don't. Concerning if they disappear and the price of GME remains stagnant downwards. Yes, it is. I should not spend all my money on GME, so I could be trading stocks that make me money. That's fair. So OPEX maybe Monday, possibly. I mean, depending on how that FINRA Deferral played out. If that gets high, people normally won't be able to get fuel cheaply enough. Yeah. Especially about covered call duration. When GME runs to 250, and I've decided it's coming back down, are 30 to 45 DTE options still best? Or do leaps offer more value to capture on the decline? No, like 45 to 90 is best, because if you get leaps, you know, they won't have lost that much value by the next time the stock has the potential to run up again. They want to prevent 150 oil prices. They need to be acting now. Maybe they're going to crash the market under the excuse of oil prices too high and get wrecked pours. Maybe. Maybe J-Pal will just come out with a 15% rate increase. If they mark long and get 35C, is that something that would slowly cover over the next 35C plus 3 to avoid a massive IV spike, especially if they're able to do this daily cycle of short and cover? See, the problem is if they're covering a lot of long position, that adds buy pressure to the daily CNS rolls. And when they add buy pressure to the daily CNS rolls, GameStop goes up. So if they want GameStop to just slowly climb up over, you know, a 2-month period, then sure. Although I don't think that's ideal, because that prevents them from doing, you know, the daily CNS rolls. So remember, if net buy pressure outweighs short pressure, then the price of the stock will go up. Slowly, but up. So if they're putting buy pressure against this CNS covering, you know, then it pushes this covering into a different trajectory. So yeah, not ideal to cover anything over time on GameStop. That's why you don't see sustained uptrends occur on GameStop almost ever. Most like 7 days. So sad it's Friday. By the way, I don't think your vids are coming out on Sunday. Oh, I didn't. There wasn't one last week because people didn't clip enough things to the clips channel, so there's no point in making one. It was like 30 seconds of footage. Uh, Not to get political, but if Biden kept Trump's energy policy, would oil be cheap? Being cheap if kept Russia out of Ukraine? Or is energy pumping inevitable due to the money printer? I mean, that's not the only reason Putin's in Ukraine. He already had control over most of the parts where the oil and natural gas production were. I guess the Ukraine prevents them from really building any pipelines there, but I would say this is more a move because of NATO, or the threat of, you know, having more bordering NATO countries. Not that that validates his action, but that's probably a big part of the reason he's doing it. Russian rubles seem like subprime mortgage. Should shorts have gotten some type of one-off extension that gives them a huge grace period or something like that? I mean, if they failed, they can get a grace period, yeah. But if they didn't fail, then, and they're simply just not covering or trying to kick the can for an additional period of time, that's a different story. And then this isn't really the shorts, right? The shorts closed their puts on 218. So the people, the APs, that were harvesting all this creation from the ETFs, they closed their positions on the 18th. So this is the ETF agents and the market makers aren't covering their fucking positions. That's what's concerning. Like everything's in place. I mean, like the shorts, like they were prepared. Entropy hedge is there. The puts closed. And then, everything should be due, right, for that spike into this. Like the shorts are all set up for the run, but there's no run. This is what's fucking mind-boggling. Is everything is in place just the way we talked about, structured for them to be gamma positive and capture gains on the run while their obligations are cleared out. And it's like they gave the ETFs and the MMs the money, and then they just kept it, and they're not fulfilling their duties to the OCC or to the ETF itself. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It reeks of systemic risk though, because I mean you're talking about a massive deficit not being covered. This isn't just GameStop, right? This is the entire fucking retail discretionary sector. I don't think you should fill trash bags with oil. Did you talk about Bob Smith calling out James Rowland for stealing DD? No, but I'd imagine that lots of people feel the same way that I do. I didn't read Bob's post. I saw it. But it looked long, so cat dead. No, but slumping a little bit. I mean, this is why you buy far out, right? Because cat can have these strong moves, but it can take time for it to complete. This consolidation period can be a very good entry though. Especially if it consolidates. That range, is that a little too low? I think consolidate that. Huh? Trading. Yeah, this consolidation on like 190.64, it's risky because it can fall through and head back down. Like this run up may just be unrealized. Let me show you guys on TradingView because I have this charted way better on there. So yeah, this consolidation here is kind of expected. It could be a very good entry unless it falls through. So there's some risk, but if there's a bounce, a slight bounce, that's probably a very bullish entry for a move up towards this higher price target. Does that even show? Nope. There we go. Fuck. Too many scenes and windows. So yeah, right here. So this is risky because it could fall through, but it can also bounce and continue up after some consolidation. But wait for this to drag out. IV will crush a little bit. See what happens. This is why you want a lot of time on Caterpillar. If this is like a Head and Shoulders playing out in this downtrend, there's still a higher spike to be realized before it comes back down again. Which is really all I care about, at least, is a test up here of this trend up at like 204, 203. Okay, so we got like a little bit of a bullish reversal there. Let's see if this drags us back up into an area we'd rather trade in. Let me update Reddit real quick because I haven't done that this morning. One sec, I saw the Kofa. That was very clip worthy. What was? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. No, it's creepy and weird. Is it possible that they had no choice but to let it run on a Friday? So they're gonna hold off until power hour when some brokers disallow zero GTEs and possibly halt into close. Sure, or just it's due on Monday. I mean, I'm glad to hear you didn't read that post. Eyes on the prize, my brother. Sorry, Bob. I don't mind reading it. It's just I was tired as shit. I was up talking to everybody on the VC till like midnight. What you described must be crime, right? Defrauding investors. Yeah. That was what was so ironic to me about the ban from SS is like the second I described something that might actually be crime in all of this, I got banned. Long on cat is long on American infrastructure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not really long on cat. I'm just trading it, right? You got to realize that AMC and GME are not only stocks that are facing the short squeeze. There's 20 plus on the same list. What about DD theory that Kenny opened 13 shell companies in 2022 out of Chicago to dump ETFs in? What happened if those companies have no plans of ever covering? Nothing? SEC transparency on short locates is in effect now. Cool. Volume looks to be picking up, or I may just be in La La Land. It did a little bit, but this is probably just covering the short, right? Let's see if we get sustained pressure. That's the problem. Is this just like little bump in volume, and these bullish reversals are just them buying back the shares they just used to short, right? Would you buy the dip today? I mean, this reversal looks good. If we break VWAP, it looks very good. But the price could still just stagnate here for the rest of the day. Like in this channel, right? Even if we do break up, it could just stagnate here. And then bleed out into the end of the day, or maybe come up. So risky even for 0 DTEs. I'd say if we saw some sustained buy pressure and we started to move up into gamma neutral, and volume was increasing, that might be like a good 0D, like in the money 0 DTE entry to like scalp some free cash. Because like if we break above gamma neutral, there's like a nice little hedge boost that we'll get. But other than that, no. Why are we halting into close? Let's just wait until we see any indication of that happening at all. I'm not saying it's not something they can't do, but it's unlikely. It's only ever happened once. Thanks, Bob. Robinhood having issues with options. Oof, go figure. You can't keep going on about OPEX. Yes, I can. It's not proved wrong. Everything's there when food stamps. Just because it's not covered doesn't mean it's wrong, right? OPEX is simply a due date. It exists. There's no denying its existence. It can't be proved wrong. It's a fact. What hasn't happened is price improvement due to OPEX. And I'm not going on about that. It's very curious that it hasn't happened. You think there will be a lot of bag holders if we don't MOASS? I don't know. Long-term investors, not bag holders. I mean, GameStop is definitely undervalued currently. Well, not undervalued, but cheap compared to its future potential valuation. Like no one would have called you a bag holder for buying, Apple in the early 2000s, right? Except in the early 2000s. People called people who bought AMD at $9 bag holders, but being long on a company does not make you a bag holder. Well, they managed to drag us down to 90 again. I mean, it's possible, but not without, I don't think without, some outside market influence. If the market tanks, then yeah, we could see 90 again. We can see lower. What strategy would you use to short VIX? Same as for long SPY. Thanks for all you do. I mean, are you like to short the VIX like in a bull market, Nico? I mean, yeah, you would just buy like at the money puts on a spike in the VIX and wait for it to drop again. Just like you would go long the SPY on a dip. But that only works in a bull market, which we're not in. Will you wait until after the 10th to sell covered calls? How does earnings play into your sell dates? It depends on how hard IV spikes into earnings. If IV starts to come up a lot, I'll probably sell covered calls into earnings and then just buy back after the crush the following day. Probably not a lot of covered calls. I'll make sure that I can buy them back if earnings are super bullish. Can Lucid squeeze within the next months? Possibly. I think Lucid's been on reg show for quite some time. A lot of short interest. But it's squeezed out a lot of shorts in the past too, so it's hard to say. I don't really know where it stands right now. I sold covered calls, like I sold leaps on the last run up, and it hasn't really done much since. So I guess if it hits 60, I'll sell my shares. Other than that, I'm not really super concerned with what goes on with Lucid. While we wait for GME to do something fun, what are some worthy side quests? I don't know. I bought this rig bullshit, and then I bought into wheat earlier today, which is now dropped off. That came down pretty hard, actually. Interesting. I think that was okay. It was up quite a bit earlier. There's a rig. Huh. Yeah, but just hold this a little longer. This is doing well. This is maintaining. I'm probably gonna buy some more cat depending on how this pans out. Looks like it's starting to come back up. Really need to fix this. Bowling. Hmm. Yeah, this looks like it's good for a turnaround to like around. Let's see that crossover. That crossover on the 30. It's starting to. Okay, so yeah, this looks like it's pretty good for at least a turnaround to maybe like 196 as it recovers today. But kind of back to yesterday's high. So it was a nice entry, but I think it's already starting to move up. Yeah. DRS something. I don't know. They failed to roll an FTD futures dates and that volume popped out later. Why can't they do that with OPEX? It's possible. I'm not saying it's not. We are looking for evidence that they are doing that with OPEX. XFTC selling off like crazy euros. They're selling everything right now. Interesting. If you're trying to increase position while lowering cost average, at what point do you start buying shares instead of selling puts? When you have the money to? I mean, I would, like, if I had a small position, right, and I was selling puts in order to reduce the cost of my entry, I would just be selling puts until I wanted to, or until I had enough from selling premium to buy 100 shares, and then I would buy 100 shares with the premiums, right, and then slowly grow the position that way. TG is probably about so we get some guidance or actual news. Yeah, I agree. I mean, without guidance, it's slightly overvalued, a little bit, or at least fair value with retail speculation built in. With guidance, it could be drastically undervalued. What do you show as the next SPY support? Depending on the guidance, obviously. What do you chose the next SPY support level? I mean, is it coming down that hard? Eh. It can easily fall back into this like 429 range and bounce. It could fall harder into this longer term trend, or this like arbitrary support I drew, which is actually like here. Yeah, right around the range it's at, I would say. It's just the overnight slump kind of hurt it, but it could regain this ground pretty quickly. So 428-ish, right around there. there a strategy to trade new additions to Reg Show? Not necessarily. Just because they're forced to close FTDs. I mean, you could try. It's hard to time and not necessarily reliable because you don't know if the FTDs are net long or net short. People always also ask about stocks like Indo after they've already ripped. Stop chasing. Yeah, it's like 90% of the stocks people ask me about are like have already run 30 or 40%. Since a lot of us may become long-term investors, the DRS movement look to be positive at higher prices like DDS in the future. No, I'm not sure what you mean, but I don't think so. Are you, DDS has positive price improvement because it has good earnings and $3 billion in assets. Should we be able to go through an example of how to use option strat calculator? GME goes to 250 on March 21st, IV of 170. I sell a 250 strike call June 17th expiry. I get a value of 80.96. I mean, just look up what that call would be worth on that move. And then that's the value of it. I don't know why you're projecting values of $250 or we're trading at 115, but good luck with that. We're squeezed back in May when it had 6 million FTDs. Now, for the first time, FTDs jumped to more than 4 million. Do you think a squeeze is coming? 35 days later, maybe. Not necessarily, though. Things don't have to squeeze just because they have FTDs. You didn't miss anything, man. Deck P, thank you so much for the hippos. I appreciate it. So I think I don't fully understand when we talk about their strategy, like with OPEX, marking long, etc. We usually say this is what they're doing. Isn't it individual parties and not one? mm. There's a few parties involved, but it's likely not very many. At least the strategy we're identifying is mostly, two parties, right? It's the AP and the ETF. It could be, sure, it could be multiple APs doing the same thing, but that doesn't really matter, right? That would still be able to combine them in one term because they're all operating with the same strategy. Is OPEX a covering or a hedge? Both. They hedge the covering. So do you think they mark trades long? Sorry, I don't know yet. It didn't look like they did yesterday. But they could still do it today because we're still not sure which date OPEX was supposed to fall on. OPEX was either the 24th or 25th, and it's very unclear. We didn't really have any volume on either day. We went up on the 24th, down on the 25th. But this was just with broader market action, right? It didn't really have anything to fucking do with OPEX at all. Like, we basically just tracked the exact same growth and decline as the rest of the market. I think Friday we underperformed and a little bit, and Thursday we overperformed a little bit, but very, very little volume traded either way. And then so the T+6, if these were due, T5 is like yesterday and today. And then today, Monday. And so if we see price improvement, you know, we'll be able to identify which day was in fact OPEX. But with you know, without the price movement to fill in the blank, we're just you know, we have too many variables right now. We need price action, and we need to wait to determine what's what and be able to, you know, use deductive reasoning. When do we focus most of the stream on stocks other than GME? If none of this plays out, so if this quarter is just dead, I'm gonna be doing other stuff. I mean, there'll still be a focus on GameStop, obviously, but I can't 100% focus on GameStop all of the time if it's not doing anything. It's just a waste of everyone's time, right? And just watch it all day and hope. Interesting. Retracing, how much? I'm gonna hold it longer. What we need is RC buying his 6 million shares. That's not ever going to happen. Absolutely never. Unless GameStop drops to $5 again. In which case, a lot of people will be buying 6 million shares. And if retail owns, you know, 200% of the float or whatever, where the fuck is he going to get 6 million shares from? I slept terribly last night because you called me a shill. Thanks. You're welcome. We can all DRS while we're bored watching sideways action. Fuck you, JFresh. More pickles picks instead of watching this all day, please. I already did some today. How many trades a day do you want me to do? You just trade shit all day? Eh. What am I wrong about, OG rules? Give it to me. What do you got? You just assume I'm wrong because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What price do you think insiders are waiting for before they profit? What do you reckon? What do you reckon they know that we don't? What do you think insiders are waiting for before they profit? They're insiders. What are they profiting off of? They're in it for a while. I was referring to RC never buying shares. He's not. Why the fuck would he buy shares and raise his cost basis 1,000%? He already owns the company. He doesn't need to buy anymore. He can. There's no reason for him to. If he was threatened, you know, with a buyout or something that he didn't want, or somebody tried to move in on it, he might. But it would require him selling, like, his Apple position. He'd have to get so much capital together to buy 6 million shares at this price. It's not RC's job to make you money. He's chairman of the board, not the CEO. Do you ever focus stream for people who want to just control their long-term investments? I mean, if GameStop gets to a place where I just am only considering it as a long-term investment, then yes. But I mean, I'm still gonna have a primary focus on trading. Ryan Cohen wants a short squeeze. He wouldn't have done a share offering. I love when people say you were wrong when rules were changed last minute to divert the path that was supposed to happen. Nope, my fault. I reached out to the OCC that day and I was like, could you guys please change the margin requirements for variant swaps so that we don't realize any price action today? Would you sell $9 billion of Apple or whatever the fuck he has? 9 million shares of Apple? 9 million shares of Apple to fucking buy GameStop? That's a lot of confidence in the company if he does. He hasn't, which is telling in other ways. Intel upping while the market's downing today. Should have sold those in money CSPs I was talking about yesterday. You have to strike when the iron's hot, kind of huge. No, he's the chairman. His job is to manage the board. GME execs can't sell anything yet. Their shares are still in lockup. Which means that until their shares are no longer in lockup, we probably won't see a lot of direction. How much more growth will that Apple position see? I mean, ask that to people who bought Apple. Ask the same question to people who bought Apple 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And I think the answer is a lot. It's not like Apple's becoming smaller. And it's stable and safe. It's a good place to park money. He sure as shit isn't going to take short-term capital gains on it, right? Is he long-term now? I think he is because he bought Apple in December as well, right? How do I kick this migraine? I don't know. Give me your most bearish thesis on GME in terms of OPEX and quarterly rules. They covered it already? They used the dip down to 87 to slowly hedge the positions before they close them out. Close them out, and then the brief run that we saw on Feb 24th was it. All that was left. It doesn't look like it, but that's a possibility. I think it's unreasonable to think he'd buy some more GME in the future. I mean, it's unreasonable to think he's going to buy 6 million shares of it at $115 a share. You think we chop at 115 for the rest of the day? Or is a return to 120 possible? We could return to 120. I mean, they're just clearing FTDs, right? They're just doing the same shit they do every day right now. So are my 150 leaps dead? No? Well, fucking, if they're leaps, you have plenty of time. Ultimately, I think we all believe GME has more growth potential than Apple. Yes. You might see the same, particularly if we dropped into the 50s or something. Yeah, I could see it if we drop really low. But it seems unlikely at these prices. He knows what his company's worth. I would say that if you see RC buying the dip, that's a damn good dip. $100 billion. The fuck, bipolar bear? Do 3/4, do my 3/4 265s 0.002 have potential? No. Did I fucking save this? This is staying fairly high. Dude, this was a good buy-in. This, what is Palantir doing? Absolute piece of shit. At least I sold my covered calls high. Don't they have like $50 million worth of gold or something? What a stupid buy. Bought a Piton after their earnings run, but it's a long day. Just hit my strike, 2 weeks to expire. I could have done better, but your guidance has me up 100%. Thank you, man. You're welcome, dude. Congratulations. When are they going to provide some actions that we can judge them by? When do you consider starting to sell covered calls? After the 10th, after earnings? Probably into earnings. Jesus fucking Christ, can AMD find a bottom already? Ooh. Yes. It's very close to it. Yes. I would say that like 106 between 108.14 and 106 is the like potential low before it sees a bounce. Oh, I kind of want to buy more of that. Hmm. Cat just flat. I mean, so this consolidation is not necessarily bullish, but I do kind of like that it's consolidating higher. I guess that little run failed. Yeah. Um, Maybe intraday low around like 190.50. Yeah. So yeah, this could see recovery, like what in the 190s, I would say. That's where EMAs are kind of converging. GameStop moving down to that 1450 resistance, or 114. Sorry. Sundial resisting market downtrend. Has it found a bottom? No, it's a piece of shit. The bottom is 0. Made a nice profit on some sends. March 2 on the run up before after earnings. Thanks for the heads up on that one. Appreciate it for sure, man. What date is earnings? For GME. I'm not sure yet. I don't think they've announced. Have you rolled any 318s yet? All of them. Except for a couple. Like 10 contracts. And my in the money contracts I've kept. I think I'm stopped out on my 120s now. Yeah. But I still have my 110s, which I should probably get rid of, but maybe we'll bounce today. Yeah, I can hold those longer. They're not really under. Market looks like it's in an SLD slide. When was the SLD moved to? March 4th? No, the new SLD dates are at the end of the month through the beginning of the month from now on, I believe. So they'll be starting on like the final trading day of the month and moving out into the first week. Visa way oversold. What's Visa doing? Ooh. Fuck. I don't know. I think it's got some room to keep moving down. If the market turns around though, the bounce could be nice. Something to watch. Visa's been decent, but a little harder to time than Caterpillar. I don't know what you're talking about, Fluffy. Good entry on me or more down. I still don't think anybody knows what they do. I think if you're interested in me, you need to be interested in it for a long time. Like over a year. This is not. And yeah, it could definitely see more downside. The trend does not look good. Do we bounce a little? Yeah, sort of. Did your chair improve your trading performance? No. Costco slays dip. As far as the market is tanking today, likely everything will have a nice bounce Monday or Tuesday if it goes up. It's possible. If it goes up, I wouldn't count on Monday. I don't think the SPY is still trading below its like delta neutral. But it could be a little while before it moves up above it. Thanks, Crizzles. If you're interested in me, you need to be in it for a long time, like over a year. Ladies and gentlemen, this man needs a commitment. coming up on a year, mate. Yeah, we are. I literally just slipped on the stairs while listening, split the seam of my jeans down to my knee. This is now officially the dip before a huge rip. Dip before the dip. If you had more monitors, GME would have MOASSed already. I disagree. I mean, I bought wheat for July. It's not like I bought it for Friday. Or the 18th. Could it be shorting before covering? Sure. Check DMs. Set your peculiar screenshot from ATP. Is that just like how much cash you have available? I have no fucking idea what that is. Going to 108? I mean, we could. It's the next resistance down. What's the SPY doing? SPY stabilizing at 428.11, which is pretty spot on. It's 10 cents off. Let's see if it turns around. $200 oil by summer. I hope so. ATP adenosine triphosphate? No. What's the ticker for wheat? There's a wheat ETF, which is WEAT. Since you're trading wheat, is there anything you wouldn't trade from a moral perspective? I don't know. Like, I won't buy into like private prisons and shit, but and I'm not a big fan of buying into weapons manufacturing. But if bread's gonna cost more money, I might as well pad my losses, right? Not really. I'm kind of of the opinion that once you put your capital into the market, you no longer have control of the direction of the morality. Maybe if I was like a big bank or something and like I could influence things with my investments, but I'm not. Sorry if I miss it. Is it time to get out of cat? I mean, it's up to you. I have July calls. I'm not exiting. Can an AP of ETF1 cover its obligations of a specific security using shares of ETF2 that contains that security? Potentially, yeah. Except as far as ETFs that allow that massive amount of creation to occur, there aren't very many of it. Like there's like XRT, IWM seems to be slightly complicit, but the Vanguard ETFs are um pretty strict with their creation. They don't seem to allow the same excess that XRT does. And I think IWM is as well. It's just that it's so big that they can get away with more. Do you have Palantir? That's the black helicopter tinfoil. Don't you have Palantir? I do. Are you gonna enter more cat once it starts to turn around? Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with my cat position right now. Will you ever stop buying options on GME? Probably not. AMD about to turn. Did it hit that low? It could dip a little lower, I think. Yeah. It's still got a little bit of room. It can move down to like probably like 106. I'd be careful considering this a turnaround. SPY moved down a little below its low resistance too, so anything right now could be a little risky if you're going long side. Ooh. No, I don't have diabetes. We're getting more convinced every day. There's gonna be a margin call with this low volume. It's very low. My actually asked me for advice on where to put 5K and leave it long term. My first thought was a good fund with dividend reinvestment. Just wanted to ask your opinion. I mean, okay. What are most fun? I mean, it depends on his window, right? Like, is there a way they've completely gotten out of the quarterly cycles and moved their position into a much longer term swap that basically upends the cycle? Well, it's not it's not the long shorts of GME that drive the cycles. It's their variance swap positions. So have they stopped trading variance swaps on GameStop? It doesn't look like it. It looks like they entered variance swaps in January, and then they hedged those swaps with entropy swaps. And then the stock just simply has not run. So their entropy swaps are kind of dead in the water right now and doing nothing. Is TQQQ on Reg Show? As far as I know, and check. That'd be interesting. Usually a low volume could mean a margin call. I mean, because no one's trading the stock. That doesn't necessarily mean a margin call. It could just be a low volume, but it is unusually low. My AMD 115 C414 be safe. It's a narrow window, but possibly. You guys need to be very careful on what you go long on in a bear market. Because Every time a political event happens right now, the market dips, you know, fucking 100 basis points. So I think if you're gonna go long on anything currently, even in a trade, you need to assess the risk factors. Rig predictions? Don't have any. Just chased it. Random gamble. For their entropy swaps to work, could it be that they need to drop the price to a certain point for the counterparty to agree? No, I think their entropy swaps are already in place. The counterparty is already agreed. If you know margin calls are, use margin call movie and count 1, 2, 3. In times like these, there's no shame in holding money on the side and waiting things out rather than rushing a trade and getting burned by a declining market. I agree. All right, calm down, shill, moon imminent. Fuck you, Gav. Intratick cup and handle forming. Oh god. Gold monthly cup and handle looks to be rocking. I have some a position in GLD that's really just not improving at all ever. Someday gold might be worth something. We predictions same as all commodities, just up. I mean, I bought myself plenty of time, so we'll see. It's coming back up from its intraday low right now. I didn't read any DD on rig. Just oil drilling. Oil's going up. It'll receive some value. Calls were cheap. And I bought it like what I thought was a nice consolidation. And it looks like it can, just on the technicals, it looks like it can move up like a couple bucks. I'm confused why they entered entropy swaps and they are buying massive puts. They didn't buy massive puts. Where were massive puts bought? Like just today on GME? I don't really see any massive put buying. There's some put buying, but minimal. I mean, options trading on GME today is just minimal. It was about $800,000 worth of Jan 2023 230s purchased. None of this looks super impressive. If there's big put buying going on, it's probably 0 DTs. Check CVE? What the fuck is CVE? I don't know what that is. Negative volume candle. The fuck? Okay, that's strange. Bullish for today's PM. I mean, we can rise back up, but this kind of just looks like CNS netting. It doesn't. I mean, I guess. Well, obviously, we're gonna wait for dark pool dumps, but rig bull flag on the 5. If anyone's scalping shares. You check into Cohen's purchase being options and possible exercise date. What purchase by Cohen? Cenas in the morning and Dix in the afternoon. That's right. Nobody. Spy holding on 200 MA. I don't think I have the 200 MA turned on right now. Clinging to the 250 EMA a little bit. Downtrend's weakening. Kitty crossover. That doesn't look good. Spy definitely trading below the 200 MA. A little oversold. Do you think that Apple doesn't fall far from the tree means he's increasing his position to match his Apple position? I don't care what his tweet means. Let me be clear. No, Cohen's initial purchase was shares, not options. 11:03 a.m. Negative volume. Couple of the posts on Superstock. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see it here, but here I'm showing 8600 volume for 11:03. Do you sell CSPs against your cash on hand? Yeah. Wow, unsubscribe. Is Twitter not an appropriate place to release market guidance? Not unless you're Elon Musk. The banana drawings is coming along nicely. Awesome. Guybrush for Moss. Do you think this tweet means... Oh, Jesus. Price doing ups, believe it or not, short it. I don't think Russia's dropping a nuke. Cost rising. Didn't they have really good earnings? Will we ever see sub 100 again? It's possible. Nukes aren't good for building wealth, it turns out. Yeah. They sure did. They better have. Spent a shitload of money at Costco this month. Recommending platforms for paper trading options. Yeah, TDI. TDI is solid. AMD on weekly is looking super bearish. Maybe sub 100. That'd be awesome. We don't need a catalyst. We need guidance. That's what we need from GameStop. Forward guidance. What the fuck are they doing with the $1 billion they're sitting on? Tell us. Do you think May is a good expiry for cat right now? Is it still consolidating? I think you could get like a lower entry than, well, maybe. You might be able to get like $1 cheaper. You might not. It might bounce quick. Last earnings, you wanted no guidance. Getting impatient? It's not that, it's time. Last earnings, I just didn't want him to say shit. Because we were moving into, you know, a situation where we could have seen high value. And I didn't want them fucking it up with anything. Now we're no longer trading at, you know, like, what were we trading at last earnings? Like 150, 160? Guidance now that could improve valuation above our current trading price is relevant. I don't think there was any guidance they could have given in December that would have put GameStop above where it was trading. What I don't want them doing is just constantly announcing the NFT marketplace and not releasing it, right? Because it ruins all the hype. If they release the NFT marketplace, I think it's best that it's fully fleshed out and going live when it is released. So yeah, I'm more than willing to wait on that, but they do need some forward guidance. Because GameStop's cheap as fuck right now, but institutions aren't buying it because there isn't any. Yeah, no problem, Walker. Is pirate emojis not enough guidance for you? Jesus, gherkin. Some sort of progress in the NFT marketplace. See, that I don't want to see. I don't want to hear about progress on the NFT marketplace. I just want them to release it. Once they move 3.7 million IMX tokens for phase 3 milestone, they have 48 hours to launch the NFT marketplace. Interesting. Fellow narcissists, I've achieved the height of narcissism. I've just discovered that you can record all the voice direction and ways in your own voice, and have just finished doing so. Do you think that when RC is having a particularly boring or annoying day, he just sends a random tweet and tunes into SS to spend the rest of the day falling off of his chair in laughter? Probably. Agree with the NFT news points you made. I think after today, may pull my calls and buy them back a little later, avoid some theta, and wait for some direction. Still debating on it though. That's fair. I had a recent job posting where they mentioned the NFT marketplace is launching soon. Okay. Good. Fast, if that's the case. What's the real MOASS was the money and friends we lost along the way. Hedge funds got it thick. Would it be nice if we had obligations that weren't obligated to obligate? Fuck mortgages and stuff. I mean, you want to look for fairly decent OI, Sammy, in order to find something with a narrower bid ask spread, and then you know, as far as the strikes, I mean, those you have to choose based on your own investment decision. And the strikes you choose for any entry are going to vary, right? But yeah, when you're looking into options, you definitely want to see like some supporting open interest in the strike you're buying into. Usually you'll find a higher open interest and better liquidity in monthly and quarterly options than you will in weeklies, especially if you're buying far dated, like over 30 DTE. You check your DMs, trying to understand how to interpret bought versus sold, and these 521.15 puts that just came through. I mean, it's a lot of contracts. 0.9 at the ask. These might be bought. I don't know. What's the bid ask spread on it right now? I'll just look. Hold on. What were those? Were those May? May. 22.2. 5. 2250. I don't know how they got a fill like that. Probably bought. I would say. Rengus, thank you so much for coming to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
I believe people are misunderstanding that line. They have 48 hours to advise IMX of their intent to launch within 2 years. Interesting. I haven't read it. If RC's tweets have secret meaning, he definitely had to explain to his lawyer, and they documented it before he tweeted it. Might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on cold. When we MOASS this afternoon, what dance will you do? I haven't decided yet. Thanks, Ernie. I feel like that's not true, but I appreciate that you feel that way. Could one FTD for 4 days and cover without any consequence, no reg show list. So T+2 could actually be T+6. I mean, the counterparty can force settle the failure. But yeah, I mean, they could be stuck in like a CNS internalization loop while they try to clear out FTDs, and they could pile up. It's possible. I'd be very interested in seeing the SEC data in a couple weeks for FTDs going into this. Negative beta really worked out for us. I mean, we've done okay versus the market over the last few weeks. T plus 420 is right now. That like button needs a good smashing. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. FCD can write out if CNS doesn't have the volume to clear, they don't need to go to internalization. This is what led the FTD cycles in March. This is what creates the reg show threshold hit. Yeah. I don't think market crash will force MOASS. It might not. If we retest 115, this is pretty bullish. It'd be good if we move up into the higher channel, but we're just staying here, right? This is clearly the best place for them to clear out FTDs. We would want to see a break to the upside, but probably won't until later in the afternoon, if we see one at all. XRT still reg showed, yeah. If they mark those shares long, would them put them in the territory of the next OPEX window? Yeah, but we don't see anything with them marking it long yet. Or at least not on IWM and XRT. Why would a market crash cause short hedge funds to lose money? It's not that it would cause short hedge funds to lose money. It's that it could incentivize long funds to recall shares. But that's also unlikely, given that, you know, most of those long holdings in GameStop are in ETFs. Recommended stock to practice trading CSPs on. Trading CSPs right now is risky. And if we close below 115 today, I'm gonna buy a bunch of fucking GameStop. So I hope that doesn't happen. Wouldn't a crash just allow short hedge funds to cover? I mean, the process of covering would drive the price up. I thought you said short hedge funds are generally net long. Most of their collateral margin is based upon long positions. No, you have net long and net short funds. Most hedge funds, not short hedge funds, but most hedge funds are net long. Short hedge funds are net short. They do have collateral and margin in long positions. They do have like a core position that can be damaged, but you know, if their earnings on their speculative positions are shooting through the roof, you know, they don't really need the protection of that core fund, right? If a company announces that they're raising prices, is that bullish or bearish for the stock? Bullish, more money, right? It means they make more money. Could you explain what the new GME SEC filing means? I know it's not important, but I'm still curious. What did they file? Didn't see a new filing. March 3rd. Statement of changes. Who changed their position? Sada J. Diana Sada J. This looks like a share issuance to the chief accounting officer of 19,568 shares, or a purchase of. This is an insider purchase. Yeah, right. 20,000 shares. Spiders used to be quality. What's going on? Just raw profit at the expense of retail and pensions? I mean, XRT's always done this. XRT's been doing this since 2011. It's never been fucking trustworthy. Someone sold 200 shares? Is it a sale? Oh. Securities acquired or disposed. Oh, okay, disposed 240. So someone sold 240 shares. Selling the dip. That's not really a relevant amount. I see it, yeah. Transaction code F. Is this the old chief accounting officer? Or the new one? Because one of the new ones... So they must have been with the company for a while already. Yeah, I see where they mark it. Disposed. 240 shares disposed. Now total amount of securities beneficially owned 19,568. It's a very tiny sale. Cover taxes. It's actually sold to cover taxes on the issuance. Where's that line? Okay. Based on 3/1/2022 closing price. No, not fired. I see it now. It's like the green text under the final line. Yeah, this doesn't seem super relevant. Are they still the chief accounting officer though? That's my question. Is that the old C-suite? Because the new C-suite should be, their shares should still be locked up. They shouldn't be able to sell anything, right? Like, didn't they have like a year lockup or something like that? How are you gonna handle your in the money 318s? I'll probably sell them. I'd like to see us test 125 again. I think it's possible. Yeah, I mean, there is a sale of shares, but it is just for tax stuff. Yeah, it's a nothing burger. Is it possible to have zero volume on a trading day? Sure. I don't think they're sold. I know which one. We just looked at those. They were like 22.50, and the ask was like most of them were sold or bought at 22.50, and the ask is going up, which looks like they were purchased to me, not sold. So it's slightly at the time they bought them, slightly in the money puts for 115. Discord shows 3322 73.62 shorted volume. We can take a look at that. Let's see. Short volume for 3 67.27. Okay, yesterday's short volume was 250,000. Short percentage. So today, nothing. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like anything's happening today. Pretty fucking flat and dead. It's just being shitty now. You're gonna find a fucking bottom here? I guess that is the bottom for the day. A very good bounce though. SPY's starting to come back up. Yeah, pretty close. Trend shifting. Yeah, I think the SPY is bouncing on that low resistance that we picked out earlier. Let's see if it breaks VWAP. If it can break to the upside of VWAP, it could start to move back up for the rest of the day. Are we in a bear market? Yeah. Looks like there's 3.5 times the FTDs due on Monday than yesterday and the day before. Bullish? Sure. What did I miss? Are we long on AMC yet? Why do people think the GameStop SMRT team has details about the inner workings of the market? Has enough information to tell us we should roll call options? I have no fucking clue. Flat and nothing. How could this be? I was promised by James Rowland that today was the day. I'm looking into some June strikes on GME. How do you feel about some near the money today? I might wait. IV's not particularly attractive right now. And you may get a better entry if we dip back below 114. If we continue the uptrend into the latter half of the day, then the entry is not so bad. But I'd wait for at least confirmation of a bounce, probably. Sold a bull put spread on GME for 142 on 110, 105. Spread hurt me bad. Hurt me, baby. Seemed that bad. Option strat lifeless says May puts were sold. Okay. Then why did the ask go up? I don't see a I mean, I don't see a shift in OI either. How likely is a run on Monday? It doesn't look great. We'll see. If we can move up a little today with the rest of the market, it could push some momentum into Monday. As far as FTDs do Monday, it's hard to say. We'll have to see if anything gets marked long today. It doesn't look like anything was marked long yesterday, in the ETFs at least. So, like, I would say there's almost no out of the money or in the money puts sold. But I mean, technically they could sell puts out of the money too, and there were a lot of those. But I don't know why they would do that. Can you do us all a favor and just ASMR spread hurt me baby into the mic? No. Buy sell indicator seems useless in my testing. My advice would be to ignore it. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely not very accurate right now. So basically your thought is if OPEX isn't today, it's basically going to be tomorrow until it finally is. My thought is that the obligation still appears to be due without having been covered. The hedging for that, the covering of that obligation is in place, meaning that institutions expect it to be hedged. Whoever's entered those entropy swaps, and nothing's happened. So yeah, it's just waiting until something happens. Wheat falling off a cliff a little bit, yeah, but I'll probably just buy more. So buy Doritos this weekend for MOASS Monday, okay? Okay. Nobody writes you prove S. I don't care about SS or proving them. They're already wrong on almost everything. So what's the point of proving them wrong on another thing? I sold CSP on AMD for 115p, currently at a $1,300 loss. Do you think AMD at 115 is a good buy, or will it drop further? I don't want to own AMD at 115 if it's going below 100. I don't know if it's going below 100. I said its possible low was 106. What did it hit? 107.50? This could be a shift in its trend for the day. It'll move up, you know, with the rest of the market, and like if tech starts to see some value. But 106 was like a good projected bounce, and it bounced even a little higher. Almost off of this resistance. I mean, it's a red day. Everything's fucking, look at the, everything's red except for TLT and the VIX. Yeah. Russia has a chemical weapon that will make the whole world gluten intolerant. Get out of wheat. No. This 4290, 4300 range for SPX is critical support. If we fall below, it takes GME with it, I think. I agree. When you stream, that's where your general option strategy for GME has been. For the last quarter, it's just been rolling forward long dated contracts, waiting for a price improvement, which has not come to fruition. So it's likely that it's going to switch to more of a strangle strategy of selling covered calls and cash secure puts as we trade mostly flat or down with the market. But there's still time technically for the price action that we expected to be realized, so I'm still waiting. If it doesn't play out, then I'm moving to a strategy of selling theta and IV. March 5th is the start of the intraday SLD collection taking place. This intraday is going to cause extreme volatility as hedges won't be able to move positions for SLD. Interesting. March 5th? That's a Saturday. Are you sure it's at later? Because we just finished SLD on like the settlement of SLD on the 2nd. Maybe they're waiting until GME announces dates for earnings, and then they'll run it, price FOMO out of options, and obfuscate OPEX. Possibly. I mean, technically, if they do mark long, they can cover any time within those 35 days, right? I'd imagine they'd want to cover before the dividend comes due. XRC still sold short massively. And when that dividend comes due, you know, that's going to have to be paid by their short positions that are still being held. Should we play very short term? No. Few months. I'll probably average it down. Do market turn around and move up, or can we just inverse it? I mean, we could inverse it. Not on this volume. Although it doesn't appear that we have a lot of active fund trading occurring right now either, right? It's just nothing's really happening today. And volume everywhere looks pretty low, to be honest. Damn, GS is weak. NSCC 2021 34,91350. I think Chart Exchange has some dark pool information for the day. I grabbed some spy puts here, breaking back down on bear flag. I'd confirm a breakdown first. Yeah, it can bounce. And it already tapped that like long-term resistance today. So I think it can turn around into the latter half of today. I would be careful getting puts. I would want to ensure that it's actually breaking down from its current trend. WeBull free desktop version seems to trail Fidelity ATP by at least 15 or 30 seconds. Is that expected? That's a bit odd. And it doesn't have as much data as Fidelity. Like the free version of Webull doesn't have as much data as Fidelity. Like Fidelity will have better data, but it shouldn't trail by that much. I say it's been around day of expiration of swaps since Cohen came on. If they continue this, when would that day be for March next week? If they continue it, the earnings will be on like the somewhere between the 8th and the 10th. Are we winning or losing? We're down $3. I wouldn't call it a win. We're not below 100, so that's a plus. Although if we were, I'd probably just be buying more shares. Huge stock market crash incoming. Everyone's starting to pull their retirement funds out with nuclear weapons loaded up in Russia. Okay, I don't think there's any risk of nuclear war. At least not right now. You look at MMAT, just had earnings on the 2nd. I mean, I'd rather not. It's kind of just a pile of garbage. It's done nothing but go down since earnings. I mean, this is theoretically a good entry. So it seems to be its near-term low, at least. I guess it could drop a little lower than it's currently trading, but not much. So it's cheap. How we listen to Girk for where the fuck are you getting the idea that they're starting a nuclear war? Because they were shelling a power station? They're doing that to force Ukraine to shut it down, go without power, or we irradiate your country. It's a very good strategic move, right? Jesus Christ, fucking doomers. Emma is pending a divvy based on oil price soon. Weren't they supposed to do that already? And that's for their preferred shares, right? I didn't even know you had IRA GME shares. They upped their nuclear attack readiness. It's just like posturing, right? Why the fuck? If somebody could explain one reason Putin would want mutually assured self-destruction, I'd love to hear it. I think he likes money and power, and when you blow everything up, you can't have either of those. Oh, and you are Adam? I love when people are like, oh, stay in your lane, bro. Like, they know what the fuck they're talking about. You playing UVXY VXX calls? Yeah. Is your buy shorter expiry or longer? Longer is probably better, but if you're buying really far out, you want to make sure that they're fairly deep in the money, because at least on UVXY, it's a depreciating asset because it's a leveraged ETF. You put in an S, I see. It was after you put in the S after the fact. Anyway, so is COVID still around or just magically disappeared with Ukraine-Russia conflict? Oh, it's definitely still around. Dude I know and his kid just got it. It's just the news is talking about it less because they have more fun things to talk about. Gotta drive up those ratings, right? I'm something of a geopolitical event expert myself. something of a Philly cheesesteak expert. Dan Almighty. I'm just gonna start buying puts when I buy options. Every call I buy only goes down. Bear market. For argument's sake, he's lost his mind, is willing to go down with the fight. That's the only way I see nukes being used. That makes sense, but I don't think he has. I'm sure everything he's doing is very well thought out and planned. Or did you say yesterday? When I'm trading options, I don't hold them overnight. When I'm swinging them, I do. There's a difference. If I'm day trading them, I don't hold them overnight. Thanks, Altermonte. Do you think we could see a test of 125 today if we get some good Blackpool dumps in the afternoon? I think we can move back up towards gamma neutral at best. I mean, I don't have any problem with people speculating on the situation in Ukraine, but don't sit there and be like, don't you speculate because my speculation's better. Fuck you. None of you are fucking world leaders. Ridiculous. Spy breaking view up. Cool. Bullish. Ooh. Spy doing a very nice bounce. I told you not to buy puts. I'm a world leader. Today's my day off, though. We're heading into the unknown or into the abyss. In defense, anything you can do, I can do better. So that means my opinions matter more. See Kava win. Okay, Kava's still just not that good. It's fine. I'm not saying it's inedible, but it's really not. I feel like you're just not taking advantage of your brief time in a better state by going to Kava. You know, Gaff? Like, it's worth it to take that 45-minute trip over to Queens. And you're right, just fucking take the tram or whatever over to Astoria. I don't know if people actually ride that thing, but I assume you can. Help, Stepgrick. I'm stuck in a bear market. What are you putting near me? That's not your JPOW in my money printer, is it? You have no idea if any one of us are actually world leaders. You speculate that we aren't world leaders. What if someone in here is president of some obscure place like Cyprus or Tunisia? I don't care. I mean, like, if they are, then their opinions also just as relevant as everyone else's, right? It's not like Cyprus or Tunisia are gonna change the geopolitical world stage right now. What if short hedge funds need more liquidity? They add another stock to the meme basket. Short a time, get cash like a Madoff revolving door. Okay. I mean, that's not a sustainable strategy. What's nonsensical about it? Can you explain how there's negative volume? There isn't. Glitch. Because every other platform shows volume on that tick. XRT dividend also happened in December. Was it not already shorted big back then? It went on Reg Show in December. On December 17th, that was the first day it popped up on Reg Show. It was the futures rollover. For all we know, they failed this shit back in November and have just been kicking it out ever since. Thanks, Secure. Appreciated. If Russia does assume control of Ukraine, or Ukraine, depending on what public school you attended, is JPOW same like bull? I'm sick and tired of you bad-mouthing the great nation of Geneva. Can you explain what Vlad meant when he suggested the VAR calculation margin was why he shut off buying in GME in the January run? Yeah, Citadel stopped internalizing and fucking Vlad couldn't meet margin requirements. Was that intentional on Citadel's part? If it was, very smart move. Was there provable collusion to turn off the buy button? Not necessarily, but I'm sure they knew the effect of blowing up Robinhood's margin. The nonsensical comment was in regards to Russian troops attacking the nuclear plant. It's not nonsensical. You shut off the power in the country you're invading. Why wouldn't you? That seems strategically viable. Sometimes I go to the Costco's in the suburbs just because they're less packed. But no, the Costco's in New York City are like Costco's. Cat is saying, "Oh wait, how did fire in the Ukraine mean anything to us?" Yeah, Cat should bounce from that consolidation. Okay, so it's starting to move back up. I mean, everything is, right? I'm sure all of the markets are, yeah, everything's turning around right now. So a little bit of a red morning and maybe just stabilize into the afternoon. I'm doing all right. But a sell still has a buy and needs a 2+2 settlement. Yeah. I think that's where everyone gets like confused with these FTD cycles, is that like they're just occurring. They don't necessarily mean anything until they do. But the tracking of these FTDs is important because it gives us insight into their positions and how they're managing their positions. Because it's data that we really shouldn't have, but we do, right? So while they may not come to fruition, they may mean nothing. The FTDs may not be of great enough significance to have an effect on the price of the underlying. Knowing when they're due is important. You don't have to track when they're due. You don't have to gamble on when they're due. But knowing when they're due, it puts us in a much better place in predicting future movements of the stock. It tells us when positions haven't been covered. You know, by tracking these things like their entropy swaps and the closing of their in the money puts, and watching how they roll this volatility through the ETFs is important in understanding what their position on GameStop currently is. So if we ignore that, if we're just like, oh, this doesn't work because it doesn't improve the price, doesn't mean that it's not relevant. Likely a strategy shift for Putin too. Full-scale invasion is weakening and not as effective as originally thought. Now the time to cut resources and bluff a nuclear option to keep leverage. It's possible. Same concept works for hostage situations. Cut the power, limit comms. I've seen Die Hard like 741 times. Bullish. I mean, it's terrible. It's an unprovoked attack of a peaceful nation. There's nothing good about it. There's also confusion with the idea that every trade ends in a T+2 FTD. Most trades will net out day of and never go to FTD. Yeah, I agree. And that's why we focus on these higher volatility events in the generation of FTDs. Yeah. We're not looking at like, you know, 500,000 or 800,000 volume traded days to generate a large number of FTDs. Sometimes we look more from something not happening than when it does happen. Learn more. Yeah. Like the position we're in right now for me is fucking crazy. Like everything is in place. The orders have all been executed, but there's no sustained volume on GameStop whatsoever. And that could be both very bullish or very bearish, but it is the first occurrence of it after 6 separate other occurrences of the exact same thing that has not led to price action. So the question is why? And that's what we're trying to figure out. Like, this is a big deal, the failure of this OPEX cycle. If people don't realize it, that's, you know, not my fucking problem. What are your thoughts on the short volume being as high as it's been over the past few days? There was a post saying it hasn't been over 70% since a day in July. I don't know where they're tracking their short volume information from, but I see 67% for yesterday. And that's less than we saw in January, where we did see 70%. I really, really wish this man was the one making the argument on behalf of retail in that Jon Stewart show. I don't have a publicist. If Kirk wins, there will be options FOMO for future run predictions. Delta 8 is solid for trading days. Like a higher Delta contracts for intraday trading? Is that what you're asking, Sunburn? Thanks, Adam. Should I go to work today or watch my GME 117C 0GT? It's like a hog. I mean, I wouldn't be really concerned with them until we break 116.50. We got to move back up into that higher channel, right? SPY double bottom 428. How insane to let some calls ride over the weekend. I probably should. I wouldn't ride SPY calls over the weekend right now. I got stopped out of my 420s this morning at market open. Unfortunately, the overnight dip took a lot of value out of it, which sucked. But yeah, there's too much shit can happen over the weekend with everything going on right now. What are your thoughts on why OPEX cycle failed? I think we have one of two scenarios. One, obligations for OPEX were settled with ETFs, and we have to wait until we see either those obligations marked long and moved out, or settled in the next today or tomorrow, or today or Monday. If they are marked long, they can be pushed out further into April. If we see evidence of that in the call chain, that would be some of our expectation. Or there's a margin call or a failure to cover these positions, as counterparties appear to be set up in expectation of a run, but no run is occurring. And the rule change that was voted into place instantaneously on our expected OPEX date is kind of telling in that either a fund or multiple positions were protected, or members were off risking themselves and cutting someone loose. And so we don't know, right? But the covering hasn't occurred, and so we're trying to track as many things as we can in order to narrow down what is exactly happening. And every day allows us to deduce a little more accurately what's going on. If today and Monday are failures in the delivery of volume, and we don't see any positions marked long, that lends a lot of credence to the idea that this could be a margin call. To 1.5 with spikes running to 18%. The last time we saw that was 8/6/21. Interesting. For GME FTDs, like direct GME FTDs, Gaff. I think that was 8/6 was one of our FTD dates. Would you be comfortable at an in the money 2024 call for 6K or a 2023 call for 4,500? How deep in the money, PNW? Effect of sanctions on Russia starting to be felt. I expect Putin and Russia to ramp up erratic behavior. The SPY volatility is not over. I agree. Where and how do you see if a position is marked long? We're looking into the options chain, end of day open interest for IWM and XRT, as those are the ETFs with the most options traded, to see if we see evidence of large in the money put positions being opened. Right. So essentially, what's happening on that final failure day if they're marking these long is we usually see a increase in put OI in the money put OI, because essentially that says but I'm long this, I can sell this, and that can trigger that Reg T allowance, which gives them those additional 35 calendar days. Correct. Okay. We saw price action on the rest of the ETF basket. Would you estimate if they did not cover OPEX for those? We saw a lot of price action on Nordstrom's, but it's hard to say if that was covering or just their earnings. The earnings were good. I wouldn't say phenomenal, but good. We saw some covering occur on Dillard's, but I would say no, nothing across the basket that would indicate OPEX was covered. While we've seen weakening in the cycle of GameStop, some of these other assets we've seen absolutely no weakening in their cycles. Especially Dillard's, if we're using Dillard's as like a metric in this. Dillard's cycles seem to be increasing in strength over time, quite the opposite of GameStop. And so seeing a lack of volume there as well is compelling and indicating that none of this is being covered. XRT is still thresholded. Nothing's changed on that front. And moving ever closer to its dividend date. It very well could be that they double down that ETF short position from November to January in expectations of a market crash. And that market crash did not occur yet again. While the market is trading lower and there's a steep correction, the bet on a crash is still completely unrealized. And it could be, that ultimately that position failed. What date was it published? Which rule, Mbagatan? Are you talking about the NSCC 001 and OCC 001? Those are published on 2/24. I don't think it was a temporary rule. I don't remember reading that. Why would the prime broker delay covering if someone was margin called? I mean, FINRA grants allowances, and if the position has the opportunity to turn itself around, or they can dig themselves out of the hole they've created, usually, I mean, the prime will give them some leniency unless they need them to close right away. And they do want to maintain relationships, right? They're not going to just fuck them at the first opportunity. I mean, they can, don't get me wrong. But as far as their margin deposits go, if that's the failure point, then FINRA can give them quite a lot of time. It's very open-ended. They can give them 15-day extensions up to 4 times. I mean, this is a short position that they've built and carried for over 2 years now. This isn't just like a near-term thing, right? They've continued to compound this broader like retail discretionary short for quite some time, hoping for a market crash or COVID to play out and ultimately have an extremely negative effect on brick and mortar retail. And it hasn't really happened. It hasn't played out, I don't think, in the way they expected it to. So, should they be de-risking? They should have been, but then they, very clearly doubled down on those positions over the last quarter. Would you be more comfortable at an in the money at a 105 strike? I'd probably be fairly comfortable with an 2023 at 105. Although I'd want to be deeper in the money, frankly. If I was buying in the money leaps PNW, I'd be looking probably 20% in the money. And really ideally below that near low. And I probably wouldn't enter them at this time. I would try to wait for a move closer to 100, like a dip. I mean, we're kind of just trading flat, right, between 125 and 115 right now. It's for the last couple of weeks. I think there's potential for us to get moved back down towards 100 at some point. And so I would wait to enter a position like that. I wouldn't enter it right now. Because A, you could get it for cheaper, and B, you could get it further in the money for cheaper. Maybe they have too many advantages. Sneeze only happened because it was unexpected. I mean, the sneeze only happened because it was unexpected is absolutely true. You need to do some deeper digging here. There's no way you can say there was no provocation. Watch some John Meshimer, he and others warned NATO about leading Ukraine into disaster for years. But I know that. I didn't say there was no provocation. I understand what was going on with, you know, NATO pushing for the inclusion of Ukraine in NATO and how that affected Russian national security. But at the same time, I mean, why does Russia deserve to have a border state buffer? Because they have nuclear weapons? I mean, slept in today. Are we waiting on CNS to close, or is today a booth? I mean, red market for most of the early morning. Looks like FTDs are being netted out, but not a lot of upward price action. If the market moves up, I think we will too. But nothing big today, I don't think. Not, at least not yet. Obviously, we could get more action into the later half of the day. I've seen calendar or trading days? Business days. They have 15 business days, which can be extended up to 4 times. If this is a simulation being run by hedges and you're the master manipulator commissioned by BlackRock to ensure we all continue to play along, blink your eyes once. Ridiculous. If forward guidance this earnings moon, strategically, it doesn't seem like a good time to release forward guidance. I would wait to the shareholders meeting, but maybe they do. It would be good for us. It would help a lot, especially if it's like solid guidance about their, not only their plans for e-commerce, but their plans for the NFT marketplace. It could improve speculative value. And there's a potential for it to improve speculative value over our current trading price, and that would be catalyzing for an upward move. It might recover from that upward move, but it could push us up. I honestly believe margin call is highly possible because they always covered before earnings. Yeah. Well, they always covered before the CME roll date. Not necessarily earnings, right? But XRT dividend, X dividend dates, I believe the 18th, March 18th. Bond witching. I think it's paid out in the 20th or 21st, something like that. Yeah, XRT has dividends. So FINRA could delay liquidation for fill margin call for 60 days. Yes. 4210 6. Wait, hold on. What's the subsection? 4210 G10D. Do you have any April 14th calls? Yeah. I moved basically all of my position to April 14th. So the big chunk of my position, the 130 through 160, I moved out. I moved out most of my out of the money calls if it was worth it. All of them out to April 14th. I don't plan to hold them on April 14th for long. If we don't see any price action by the rollover date, I'll probably close out most of them and just leave a small long position there as a hedge to sell, cover some of my cover call sales as we move into earnings. Didn't the sneeze happen because RC's 9 million buy going to FTDs? It was also the timing of his buy, but yes. And I think the same would still be true. A large share buy-in on GameStop would be a major catalyst. It's not choking on my spit. It's talking for 7.5 hours a day and it dries my throat out. We still have the 17th for the end of this cycle. Yeah, we do. I'm far less confident in a move between the 10th and the 17th than I am in a move before the 10th. I'm not saying one can't happen in that time period. It could if, they're not rolling forward. Or it's very possible that total return swaps entered last February are now due. They're due to be rolled or they are due to be delivered upon. And I mean, it's up for speculation, but it's potentially there. We do have evidence of those total return swaps being used. Any single stock futures entered in last February could be due now. And not even last February, last quarter 1 of 2021. So the January sneeze, any forward future positions they entered to maybe offset their short obligations last year could be in fact due now, and that may be why we're seeing the potential for a failure. You speculate on who's providing the asks for during these netting channels, and how do they buy more shares to then make money providing shares for netting in the future? Is it just arbitrage? I mean, yeah, it's mostly arbitrage driven, but don't forget that they're using that market maker short hedge. Like they bought those 115 puts, right? And they can use that short hedge to balance the price action as they cover. So even though they're making long purchases to push forward the settling, there is that there is that short hedge from the MM keeping price suppressed. And so as long as they do it slowly, there's no price improvement. generally what happens here is that if there is outside buy pressure against this very delicate position that they set up in order to cover, then we see price improvement over the course of the day as they attempt to cover at higher and higher prices and their puts get blown up. Oh, I've been going over them all day, Dr. CK. I don't want to go over them again, man. Maybe if you get some time later, you can watch like the first 2 hours on the stream on like 2x speed or something. There's a clip from the other day where I cover some of our current theories on what's happening with OPEX. Yeah, I believe March 21st is the payment date for the XRT dividend. But they would want to clear out short positions before the X dividend date. What I really found was an amendment for certain authorities. And Bugaton, if you look in the announcements channel, I linked both rules on the Discord. Everyone's, it's crazy is like everyone's spent an entire year waiting for this cycle to break, for the manipulation to stop, for something to happen, and something has finally happened of significance, and everyone's just complaining about how FINRA can give people 60 days to cover a failed margin. It's almost like they don't want giant financial institutions to just fail out of the blue. How crazy. Wasn't there a rule that those marked could have their stock held in exchange for cash? Can you rephrase that? Or at least give some context? You think a squeeze could be triggered better than expected annual financial results later this month? No, I mean it's retail, so like the expectation for Q4 improved earnings is probably going to already be factored in. Any retail establishment should do better in Q4. It's the holidays, right? It's when their sales are highest. Thanks, Super Hot Kitty. I appreciate that. All the basket stocks have run on earnings regardless of forward guidance and numbers like Gap yesterday. Do you think that once GME has earnings, will run and the MSM hedgies will use the news? It's possible. Like I said, if they have the ability to change their strategy, they will, right? Especially if retail is just holding a shitload of calls, it's going to be in their best interest to try to diffuse the covering or offset the covering. I mean, we saw this happen in November, right? Like, and I've tried to warn everybody to be prepared for these eventualities because they are going to try to move things around and change their strategy. They are locked into it to a degree, but as much leniency as they can give themselves, they will attempt to take. So we're in limbo when it comes to price action, basically anticipating the short hedge funds moves. Yeah, I mean, we have intraday FTDs every day. I marked them in the daily, the ones expected for today. I'll try to continue marking them forward, so I don't have to keep explaining what days do on what day. Saves me a lot of time. Will the ETF rebalance at the current market cap drive share buy-in? If we moved back to IWM, it would. Like if we move back to the Russell 2K, I think our market cap's still too high to move back into the S&P 600, but we could potentially move back into the Russell 2000. Did you buy more wheat on the dip? It's still kind of on the dip, isn't it? I might buy another one. Yeah, I'll buy one more. Fills it fills. Sorry if you already covered this, but what do you think of the recent RC tweet? The Apple one? I don't care. If retails keeps buying regular shares but not call options, can MOASS happen? At the rate retail buy shares? I mean, it helps drive illiquidity. People will have more when the stock goes up. That's bullish, right? Don't include me in that group. I'm full bull. Does FINRA do it like my family plays Monopoly? If you bankrupt someone but want to keep playing to make a deal with them for half now and free rent later? I just found out about FINRA gifting up to 60 business days before liquidation. So I literally just started complaining about it today. I'm not complaining. I'm just shocked how rigged it is. Why? What? Why are expectations for fairness so high in capital markets? It seemed marking those shares long. Extending the cover period 35 days could dramatically increase their risk if the price goes up before they cover. Yes, it can. If the market rebounds, it would be very bad for them. Rumors that RC bought everything from GameStop in January and is returning it slowly to increase earnings for quarter four. He's referring to the pawn shop rule. Not sure what the actual rule number is. Who is? So three possibilities. They marked long. We'll know for sure by this evening. Well, we won't. We'll know probably by market open on Monday if they marked long. The Feb, like slightly before market open Monday. Maybe over the weekend. I'll check, but I don't know if they report it, the OI increase, until pre-market on Monday. The February price action was them covering, possible, and OPEX is done, or they failed and Marge called and we find out soon. Yes. Surely the stock constantly hitting max pain is a good sign. I mean, the fact that it keeps rising back into max pain is a good sign. We just broke VWAP? Yeah. Just a little bit. Hmm. I wanted to make money off of options playing the cycles, but if this means MOASS could get triggered, then yeah, who cares right now? We wouldn't know for sure what's going on. Well, if give them time because the market theory isn't true, that would indicate not big rate hikes. I think, didn't JPOW come out and say he's voting for 0.25? They would hand over securities in exchange for a loan to not dump them onto the market in case of a fail. Okay, but those securities still have to be bought. Like the underlying position still has to be closed. Regardless of how they allow them to settle the debt. Please watch Ken Griffin interview from a few days ago on Dave Rubenstein's YouTube channel. He's basically giving away the indicators that they're looking for in short-term price drops. Interesting. And almost like they don't want to lose money. Yeah. According to Investopedia, GameStop needs to report earnings within 60 days after the closing of their Q4. The last day to announce would be April 1st. Okay. I mean, that's very late, but I'd expect it before then. I think RCU providing guidance now on GME business model won't have an immediate strong impact on the share price while Russia is threatening the world, especially with the NFT valuation. That's possible. This may not be the best time, but it'd still be better than nothing. Was the 60-day extension you mentioned just trading days? Yeah, it's business days. It's not trading days. I mean, trading days is a specific definition marking the open of market to the following market open. This is a trading day. I wish you didn't use a Greek there when you were talking about time. Are you okay? Riku, everybody. Thanks, Modern Renovator. Cheers, dude. KG interview. Things they are anticipating to drop markets invasion of Kiev is going to be a huge move down, verbatim. Next, once Kiev is taken by Russia, moving their forces to the western border. Tasty wheat dip. Yeah. Most of our daily volume is coming from shares being sold short, is what it seems. Yeah, for the most part. Or just shares being sold. As much as we've been researching and preparing for these cycles, hedge funds have been researching and adapting as well. They're not just sitting around and waiting for their impending doom. Yeah, I agree. And they're far more flexible in their ability to shift course than we are. He sits on the FINRA board. I have in the past. It hasn't worked out. Why is it so hard for people to understand that these dudes are literally fighting for their careers, their reputation, and their clients' money? If they lose, they will literally lose everything, including being sued by all of their investors for breach of duty. They won't give up. Exactly. Yeah, they absolutely won't. They will fight until the bitter end. I didn't see the thing with Jon Stewart. I never found a good answer for this question. Is we've been buying shares over the past year, and we buying from short hedge funds short sales, or from the rest of retail? Are we giving $2 to short hedge funds? I mean, yeah. You're. I mean, if the float is as liquid as we think, you're likely just receiving. You're just creating an FTD, or creating a net short requirement, which could turn into an FTD. I don't think retail really buys that much. I think people's estimation of retail's buying power is greatly blown out of proportion. On a given day, I would be surprised if retail bought more than like 1,000 to 10,000 shares. There have been surges in retail buying, but not so much anymore, right? If Ryan Code treated Riku with a pickle emoji, Gurk would be like, EGH, I don't care. I mean, that'd be awesome. I do like wasabi, but like real wasabi. I don't like that like powder mustard shit, like green horseradish they give you at most sushi places. Like I won't eat that. I'll buy sushi from those places, but I won't eat their wasabi. Fresh wasabi, I'll eat. It's good. I buy back out of the money cover call at 0 DC at a tiny premium instead of letting it expire and open a new CC for next week for the weekend theta decay with only 100 shares. Yeah, if you buy back your cover call, you can sell another one. Several explanations besides a margin call. Deferred settlement or settlement already occurred. When will GME get added to Reg Show? Only if FTDs are compounding and not being settled. Remember, low volume is bad for CNS. They want volume. It makes it harder to clear out FTDs when the volume's very low. It requires them to either drive volume or allow FTDs to increase. I can't wait till we reach new all-time highs. Not because I'll be rich, but because I'll see that smug grin you get when we rip. Like they will fight for every penny of price action because we have nothing to lose. We're individual investors. If we lose all of our money, fine, we go back to work. If they lose, there's a chance they never trade a stock for someone else again. The stakes are so much higher. I mean, they are, but the stakes are high for us too. I think that's unreasonable. I think a lot of people are way over invested in GameStop, more than they can afford to be, without a doubt. and have taken additional speculative positions on top of that investment. And so I would say everybody's stakes are pretty high. Did I buy back my... I already answered that. Credit Suisse did get margin called today. Bloomberg. Link it. DM me. Ooh, turd. Dark pool data. 41.9. All right. Cool. Interesting. GME sweeps. Sell put. 426. That's a long mark. Ooh. Interesting. Why would they be needing to mark GameStop FTDs long? I still don't agree with these being sell, but that's the 115s I don't think are a sell. They could be. But based on the increasing ask, I don't think so. If the bid had been dropping, that would make more sense. Credit Suisse clients face margin calls on Russian assets. I mean, this isn't like Credit Suisse is getting margin called. It's like they're margin calling clients because of Russian holdings. That's fucking awesome. Everybody relax. We're doing better though. This price improvement is good. It's at a good time of day too. It's 1269. Ding ding. Let's see if we get a bump. Jesus, I'm so far behind on chat. Has there been confirmed significant swap positions discovered on GME since the data was released? Yes. Not only that, they're using like exotic swap positions on GameStop that are only usually used on massive companies, like entropy swaps. Like you could see an entropy swap pop up on Apple or Tesla, something like that. But fucking GameStop? Seriously? It's the amount of money. Just it's fucking insane. Jamie tweeted today that it was the last chance for free. And then tweeted there was a last warning. Warning. Okay. I'm sure the GameStop marketing team's tracking MOASS super efficiently. But you understand what I'm saying? Our stakes aren't small, super small. Yeah, I know, I do. Check GME big haul options delta graph. We're seeing an uptick in delta, or is it still just diving down? Ooh, nice turnaround. Melvin covering all their games, so I'm sure it's potentially put them out of business. Yeah, I mean it could, depending on what their short position is. Still, no one fucking knows. What are safe expiry dates for selling GME covered calls? Safe expiry dates. I mean, if I'm selling covered calls into earnings, I'd probably be looking before May, or before the May run up period. Although to be fair, if I'm selling covered calls into earnings, I'm probably going to sell them at high IV and then buy them back the next day when IV crushes, or over the next few days when IV crushes. Can you explain again the significance of marking long? It gives them an extra 35 days to settle the transaction. You sure you didn't grow up in San Fernando? I am. I did live in California for a long time, but I didn't grow up there. Regulation T. Little cat green now. Cat's amazing. It's my favorite. It's my favorite channel locked blue chip stock. The reliability of its up and downs have been phenomenal for the last almost 2 quarters. Can you comment the weekly candle? If will be red will be a bad signal or remains bullish? It's not necessarily like having a red weekly after a green isn't necessarily bad. I think candlestick reading on the weekly is essentially a fucking big waste of time, but it can just be bullish consolidation after the initial up move, right? Like, and if we're talking Wyckoff, right, and like we're talking about accumulation, that would be expected. You'd expect to have a slight bounce up and then a recovery into a move to a higher price point. And that's, I mean, kind of candlestick reading is kind of a price analysis, but a less accurate one. It's more of a primitive price analysis. I'm not a huge fan of candlestick patterns in trading. I don't find them to be all that reliable. Some are a little better than others, but for the most part, the reliability is low. And the lower the time frame, the even less reliable they are. Is marking long illegal or just one of the shady gray areas? It's kind of just a shady gray area. They get fined for it occasionally. They've all been fined for it repeatedly. So not illegal, but you know, breaking the rules is not a felony though. I think a lot of people mistake like civil penalty for, you know, criminal crime. They're not the same. Like fucking break a regulation is not like jail time. It's just like a penalty. Favorite country music artists? None. I don't like country music. It's depressing. That's not true. There's one country song I like, but I can't remember the name of it now. Whiskey Lullaby. I just found an entropy loop ring in Diablo 2. Bullish. Nice. Can I buy one of your covered calls? No, sorry, I'm sold out. Just learn the daily trend within the week that forms the type of weekly candle and recognize that rather than looking for hammers or whatever bullshit. Thoughts on candlestick jumping? I have a friend named Jack who swears by it. Guys, look at the borrow rate. Are you telling me to, or are you just asking if we do? Of course we look at the borrow rate. It's super fucking low. Actually, did it go up? Because iBorrow is weird. Shares a return this morning, and the borrow rate went up from 1.6 to 1.7 again, which was strange. Ooh, 1.8. Why is the borrow rate increasing? There's no shares being borrowed. They're only being returned. That's very odd. Overnight holdings? Need to look in here. What the fuck? What are you guys doing in here? The fuck is this? Consumer discretionary select XAYH2. Still no roll? You're doing it again, Turd. You're showing me pictures of things. Is this the roll check? Or just what the fucking futures are trading at? I don't know if the E-minis apply, but they could. I like Johnny Cash. I do actually, but I feel like that's more like that's like country rock kind of. It's not full on country. It's a little darker or different. I don't know. No. Kirk likes Shania Twain. Don't you lie. Ooh. Is it gonna fucking break? Oh. Look at this fucking setup on Cat. It looks so good. Hmm. So that's what we'd be looking for resistance is like 196. Really a little lower, I think, but 195.91. See if I can line this up. Yeah. Yeah, like 196. If it breaks out above 196, I think it'll move up to like 203. I think it'll look really, really good. This is a very nice setup. That's possible. Kind of huge. The overall rate across could be going up, and we're just seeing. I agree. The visibility is limited. Did you say earlier there was evidence they marked the FTDs long? Not yet. Not of any significance. No. So if they mark long, they don't have to cover ETF dividends, right? It's not necessary. They just get 35 days, calendar days to cover if they mark long. They can cover, like, if the dividend is here, whatever their X dividend date is, like the 17th or the 18th. I can't remember for XRT. It's right in there. But they can cover in this period. They don't have to fucking go the full 35 days. They can cover ahead of the 35 days. It just gives them 35 days. They usually don't, but they could. They can mix it up. I'm surprised that we've never seen them really mix it up before now, frankly. And part of that's the cash settlement nature of those ETF FTDs, in that they really just get to keep their cash until the very last minute. Which is better for them, obviously. Like, if they have that cash deployed elsewhere, it's better than losing it. But they can cover it any time during that period. Like Tool, I don't know, not. No. Sometimes, but sometimes not. I wish you would look at me the same way he looks at Cat. Here's what I was thinking the other day. Well, no, we close at 119.50 max pain, so why not buy some 0 DTEs and set a sell at that wall? Because we might not. Although I think we can move up towards gamma neutral, it doesn't look like we're gonna like cross it. I don't think we'll have enough volume to cross max pain. At least not now. If volume picks up, maybe, but don't get me wrong, it can come out of nowhere. But right now it looks like this channel for a little longer, maybe up into this like 118, 119 range. I should have played 0 DTs like I did last week on the peak of the dip, but I didn't. Thank you, meditation. I appreciate it. How does Fidelity and IBKR determine borrow rate? Why not increase it since these guys like to borrow so much? It's determined by, everyone's borrow rate, not just IBKR and Fidelity, right? So, if there's competition, right? You want people to come from you and borrow, so you want to keep your rate low so you have borrowers. But you also want to, raise your borrow rate with the rest of the lending pool. So, if everyone's moving their rates up, you want to stay competitive. Like, you don't want to be giving them away for cheaper. Sometimes you do. Maybe you want more interest in your borrow. If an equity is rare and you have some and people want to borrow it, you want to raise your rates, right? Supply and demand. within the lending pool is what influenced. I don't know why I went into that whole explanation just to just say that. See, I love Leonard Skinner, but I wouldn't call them country. I mean, they are, but they're not, right? What do you think of the entry on ANF right now? Down on earnings. Let's take a look, Vic. Abercrombie and Fitch, down on earnings. Fucking way down. Jesus. That was a hit. I don't hate the entry, but I feel like you could get a better one. The trend is like picking up to the downside. I would be aiming more for like 25, maybe even lower. I'd be watching 25. Maybe even like 22 before you found some real support. I don't know how bad their earnings were. This is speculative, but it definitely looks like, from a technical aspect, it looks like it could have some continued downside. This may not be the end. Ooh. I can hear you. Lhasa. Good Primus? No. Bullish on food stamps. Someone DM'd me yesterday and they were like, can you put a SNAP benefits form fill out on School of Stock? We like YOLO'd into Baba calls and lost like $10,000. I'm sorry you've been persecuted lately. It's undeserved. I guess it ain't easy being Stonk, Jeezy, whatevs. Can I just hear you say the shorts haven't covered so I can get that wonderful feeling? The shorts haven't covered. Yeah, no problem, Vic. It's a slow day, so why not? And Cat's just doing beautiful things, so I'm in a good mood. It was like part of the basket. Was Abercrombie slammed in November too? No? Was it? Ah. Yeah, it was. It is. I know it is part of the basket. It's part of XRT. But their growth from last year is a bit different. January run was decent. Feb was okay. I guess they sustained most of their growth up until June. See, they're like May, June, like their May OPEX was really good, and then just continued up. I assume this was from their earnings. So their earnings actually fell on OPEX, which is interesting. November, they kind of peaked with that big ETF run up, and then didn't really realize any more upwards price action throughout the rest of the November cycle. Then they dropped through December. Yeah, same January price action. Yeah. So tanked it on earnings. We need to rephrase that. Covering that we never did. Hmm. Interesting. Should also look at WTTR. Not sure if I should continue holding. Well, if you don't tell me your entry, I have no idea what to tell you. It looks good, but it's probably due for some consolidation. This is it's probably like an uptrend to be realized here. Hmm. Ah, go away. It's like some parabolic growth. It's hard to say where the upside of this is going to occur. It will top out. If it breaks 950 and holds, it can continue going up. Mostly higher highs. So yeah, I mean, like the growth looks solid. I don't know what the fuck they do. I mean, but also, you know, energy sector is just going up, and that could be fueling a lot of it. So I don't know what your entry is, but cautious. I would be cautious moving forward, especially with that 950 resistance. I'd say if I saw a decent turnaround, I'd bail, but I don't know how much you're up. Hungary is banning all grain exports immediately. Calls on grain. I already bought them this morning. What do you make of Kroger and Nordstrom both gapping up recently? They both reported positive earnings and are part of the basket. Kroger is because of inflation and a downtrend in the economy. It's everyone's like favorite fucking bear market stock. They're a grocery store. Inflation's priced into the product, so they just make profits. They're big. They have lots of locations. They do well. Stability is what people are looking for when if they're buying into that. And their earnings probably good, yeah. What's going on with AMD these days? It looks like it's recovering after its bounce at 107.50. Consolidating. This could break down. There's still room to the downside for it to move down to like the 106 range. I wouldn't enter here unless it really turned around. And this consolidation, it's like a bear flag. There's interest. Is a very cheap price. We're heading to gamma neutral or just straight up to max pain or pan. Have a good stream, brother. I don't think we'll end the day that high without some volume. I was just trying to see how much higher the highs were landing on each of those spikes. Talk to me about Tesla. Risky. I mean, you might have to carry it over the weekend. I don't know if it'll move much above 855 today. It could. I would say the risk. Down here at like 835. That's kind of, it's risky. Because, you know, this could drop as low again as 814, especially if something happens over the weekend. If just intraday, the bounce looks solid. It might come back up to like 855. It could even push higher. What do you think our next big up is? Hopefully soon. Only time I copied a trade on Josh Answers was a Baba call that tanked the next day. How do you buy calls on grain? I just bought calls on the wheat ETF. S&P Dow Jones to remove all Russian stocks listed before March 9th open. How to play that? Expect it up or down? Down. I would expect down. Look at WVVI. Ugh. It looks like it doesn't trade any volume and has no float and no one cares about it. What do they do? Grapes? Wine? Vineyard in Oregon? Why is this even publicly traded? The bounce looks okay, but with a daily volume of 5,000 shares, I wouldn't expect a lot of fucking momentum. This could drag out too. It could be rejected here at 10 and fall back. Hey, did we find an actual bounce? That'd be cool. Are we still volume traded within this on the daily? We are. Huh. Don't even adjust that. Okay. Not terrible. I wonder if we run a little bit today. That'd be fucking awesome. What about wheat? That's what I bought. I bought it right at the peak. Like a master. No, I bought really far out, so I expect some growth over there over the next couple months. Expiration date on your wheat calls, July 15th. Why did you tell me about wheat 3 weeks ago? I would have said something about it last week, but I was still unsure how much longer the conflict was going to continue. And then also, I was struggling with the morality of it. But then I figured if I have to spend more money on bread, I should make money on bread. How dare you not expect a lot of momentum? Check out Vale, heading up to new highs again. No, I'm done. I'm done being your personal stock analyst. No more. Still a chance we see surprise OPEX volume today. Sure. Buy options high, diamond hand through expiration. This is the way. Fuck yes, Fubar. I'm willing to take like a 5% risk on it. So, you know, I had pierogies with kielbasa at this place called Neighborhood. 5 meals of all time. Thanks, Jim Cramer's Coke Mirror, for that sentence. So I own GLD. I bought it a long time ago, and it's done fuck all since I bought it. It's been the most worthless investment that I've ever put money into. I hope it goes up. And I have an oil future contract that I bought. I think I bought it around 77.81. I just bought it for inflation, expecting a rise into summer. I did not expect oil to start squeezing, obviously. So it's very attractively priced right now. I'm happy with it. I wish I bought more of them. I mean, I had a very good. There was a very good reason to buy them. I mean, with inflation going up, the price per barrel should have been expected to rise, and I should have invested quite a bit more into it. But hindsight is always 2020, and frankly, I didn't expect inflation to continue rising. The supply chain issues came on after I bought the contract, so or compounded after I bought the contract. As someone who has to pay hand over fist for gluten-free products, I've no. Oh, okay. I love y'all's names so much. Thanks, Trash. And it just I bought onto Palantir because I live LOTR, and then I realized it was owned by Sorman, aka Peter Thiel. What price did you get Palantir at? Thanks for being a legend, that's all. Thanks, Dominic Joseph. Oh, also, are we gonna realize VU in the next few days? There's potential for it. Yeah. I'd like to. I'd like to make some fucking money off GameStop this year. What do you think about the Walmart chart for the rest of the day? Interesting. What is going on here? You're chasing super fucking hard, and it's running right into a resistance. So I think it's a shit idea. Could it keep running? Yeah. Could it just fall and drop back below its fucking daily EMA 180? Also, yes. So think about that. Because it's more likely to fall back here to 141 than it is to go up beyond 142 right now. Maybe. Hmm. If you ever read the Alex Karp investor letter, DM it to me. How are my 3-4 260s looking? Don't do options if you're broke. It's like, oh, you know what? I'm poor. Let me do some high risk derivatives. No. Is Neo currently dog shit wrapped in cat shit? It's shit. It doesn't matter how many layers of shit are on it. Thank you. I appreciate you looking. No problem, Darb. Yeah, not a great time to like for Neo or fucking Lucid. I wouldn't be speculating on the growth of fucking potential electric car companies with you know, World War III looming on the horizon. Don't tell me not to trade options just because I'm broke. You're not my real dad. Okay. Did you witness me or not? You know how needy I am. I do, Windmill. I do. I see you. You are seen. Everyone, look. It's Windmill Willie. Are we a part of Princess Bride or the you guys? You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Probably. All right. I'm gonna get some like something to eat or something while this falls back down to view up. I'll be right back in. Make it bounce big. Seriously? I was gone for like 4 minutes. Why isn't the stock up? Were you guys not shopping at GameStop? What kind of investors am I dealing with here? Did you guys not DRS your shares? I bought an Xbox and DRSing. Nice. I stretched my chart up to the candles are really tall, but it still didn't change the price. It's like you've learned nothing from me. Who's your daddy? Okay, there's only one good Peter Pan movie, and it's fucking Hook. All right, Han? Am I at least curious what the DRS numbers will be in the next earnings? Not at all. There are two things that I would find very, very interesting, though. I don't really care if they happen or not. If the DRS number goes down, I would laugh. If the DRS number is like 90%, that would be compelling. Did you cry when Rufio died? I cried when Robin Williams died. Lisa Braganca, former SEC branch chief on Twitter, saying how the position of FINRA arbitrator can be done by anyone with 5 years of paid work and 2 years of college level credentials, pay $600 a day when sitting, but gets more retail in the pool because of potential arbitrators for cases. Huh. Interesting. Favorite Robin Williams movie? That's a good question. I want to say all of them, but that can't be 100% true, right?
I want to say Dead Poets Society was really good. Patch Adams was good. There was this one, and it might have been my favorite Robin Williams movie. I don't think a lot of people have seen it, but I can't remember the name. He plays like this guy at a concentration camp during the Holocaust. God, why can't I remember that? It's been years since I've seen it. No, 1 hour photo just weirded me out. That's it. Jacob the Liar. That was really good. Flubber's obviously a classic and amazing. Good Will Hunting, ruined by the presence of Matt Damon. Bicentennial Man's amazing. Birdcage is phenomenal. Although, it hasn't aged well. Zero. Usually. It's all started with hooks, Smooth Gotti Beats. I already said Dead Poet Society. Why are you jumping in the middle of the conversation, high and uninvited? All right, Joey Gyllenhaal. Now, if you want to turn that comment into karma, you go over to our conspiracy and you talk about how Robin Williams and Robert De Niro killed John Belushi. Watch you for months. Used to enjoy the unbiased stance and open dialogue. Now you just bash DRS, even though you originally stated it wouldn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I think what they're saying is that there is merit to the argument that DRS is reaching too high of levels, poses a risk to global confidence in our marketplace. Yeah, maybe. It's hypothetical. It's a thesis that can't be tested, right? I'd secure his wife. Selling CSPs is bad in this bear market we're currently in. Unless you want to buy the stock. Although one would argue that selling covered calls is great in the bear market that we're currently in. I'm starting to worry these 130s won't print today. Probably not. Is Cat a good wheeling stock? Hmm. No. Well, yes and no. I don't know. That's tough. I want to say no. I would say its moves are too like volatile. Like there's too much price range. So to wheel it safely, you'd be way out of the money. Yeah, and they don't drive a lot of implied volatility. So even if you can time the peaks, like the calls aren't going to be super valuable. Favorite broker for options? It's either IBKR or WeBull, and then followed by Schwab. I don't know, Zomps, backtest it. uh, fucking Tim. Good one. It was a tire pun. It was lost on me. I assumed you were serious. It's okay. This stream has ensured that I can no longer converse with people in real life anymore. I assume every question is directed at me now. I can verify this. Super annoying. I spilled popcorn all over my floor. Like living in an AMC. I'm still trying to figure out how to get my hands on like 50 million rubles. Best site place to start paper trading. TDA is really good. Their paper trading platform. I think you don't have to fund an account. I think if you deposit like $50 or $500, something like that, you get live data. Oh, I have a Roomba. We'll clean it up. Have you ever wandered down the 9/11/01 options conspiracy rabbit hole? No. eToro used to have a decent. Yeah, I don't know about them. Paper trading. I tell people TDA because it has options trading, and I know a lot of them don't. I'll tell you, since November 22nd, my stock is down way fucking more than my options positions. Any entropy dates, updates? No. I didn't see Batman. Ooh, rig back up. Is Biden speaking again? Is that what's happening right now? Does someone know? I wish people would just shut the fuck up and let the money run the world. It's yeah, but they don't allow the system to be efficient. What snacks are you eating? I'm really diversified right now. I had some olive oil and salt popcorn. Then I had a chomp. It's just a beef stick. Now I'm having some peanut butter filled pretzels. And then I might have some nuts after that. I don't know. Truffle oil and citric acid popcorn. Hmm. What's your opinion on alleged spoofing being used on GME to drive the price down? It's really, really dumb. Placing orders in the bid or the ask is not fucking spoofing. Like they're like, look at these limit cells. It's just limit cells. Any chance they're going to use this time period between now and June to drop the price under $50? They could try. And if our earnings are good, I doubt they'd be able to. Under $50 would create a lot of buy pressure. I already ate the beef stick. Trash Dan's out of luck. Any chance I can use this time period between now and June? Oh. The past month, we've gone super bullish to super sad, back and forth a million times. I feel numb, green, or red. Is this trading? Yes. You've traded in your emotions. It's the first step. Oh my god, Fronium, thank you so much, man. What an amazing portrait of yourself. No thanks, Trash Dan. But I do think I'll have some jerky. Oh, speaking of which, I'm out of my fancy, spicy Texas jerky. If anybody lives in Texas and turns cows into dehydrated snacks, let me know. Yeah, the jerky that's just labeled spicy. Does it taste like venison, Daniel Taylor Show? Because if it does, I don't want to eat it. I don't like fucking gamey meat. I have had carne seca before. I think in eggs. There was like a place by me in California that used to have it. Have you seen the new Bob Smith DD? No? Does it hurt my little tum-tum? Yeah. No, I just don't like it. It's gross. So, ooh. This is today? Interesting. Those are fucking awesome, Kool-Aid Daddy. It better fucking work, Darth Dan. Palantir, we are. GameStop is. Dwayne Morris, same like Dwayne Reed. No, Dwayne Reed, same like Walgreens. Was there any evidence yet of in the money puts? We should have the data for today by market open on Monday. What does Palantir even do? Lose value? I know they're the same gaff. God. That's why I said same like Walgreens. Hey, maybe now that GameStop has a lawyer, they can start talking shit. Thanks for providing information day in and day out for this last few months. I feel like I've learned so much. Thanks to you, so cheers. Got a big boy job now, so here's a little something. Backside snap, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. To be honest, I drift in and out when you speak. It's because you're old. That's okay. It'll only get worse with time, Gaff. I can't believe you said my name right. Really? Does that mean that April could be the new OPEX run date? No, that has nothing to do with it. We were on JJow last year. That's just when the chain is opened. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the options expirations. Like when the quarterly ends fall. What's the consensus on OPEX volume price action not materializing? Is the cycles theory busted? Are there new theories on what the next week's months may bring? I covered a little bit of it yesterday, but primarily they either offset the obligations via ETFs which will create a delay in settlement. The rule change may have had an effect on settlement, and thus a delay has been given in order to allow them to close out those positions or whatever. There could have been a failed margin call, as a lot of the positions for a run to occur seem to be in place, but no run has yet to occur. Or they covered it all on February 24th. I nailed the date right on the head, but that's all the price action we were getting. Is AMC a good buy here? I mean, I guess if you want to own AMC. If there was a margin call, wouldn't someone open the options chain higher? No. Do you still own AMC? Unfortunately. But only if you're buying it directly from Adam Aaron. Just wait for him to sell. It shouldn't be long. Accurate. Eh. It could be worth less. And it depends on your window. Like if you're looking like 3 to 5 years, sure. As long as they stop blowing their money on shit like stadiums they don't need. $1.9%. Hey, Gaff, do you not find that odd? Shares being returned, but borrow rate going up. Not going up significantly, but rising steadily throughout the day. DRS lock the float. What sage advice? Thanks. You're suggesting the name of a stadium does not cause more people to take out loans? That might help. That's a big advertising budget. Well, they're focused on Houdini OPEX. You haven't spoken much about the futures roll next week. It's there. It could line up. We'll see. We've never not had an OPEX, and then to expect a futures roll, which is even a rarer event to occur on the back of not having OPEX occur, it seems unlikely. This tells me we're seeing a normalization in GME value and trading. The borrow rate has been historically undervalued, likely due to brokerage encouraging borrowing on low liquidity. Interesting. I'd rather my GameStop be my intermediary via CS, but isn't ComputerShare just also a shady financial institution with connections to shorts? That doesn't make any sense. Now you're just repeating yourself. CS is paid by GameStop to keep track of shares. They're not the same as brokers. You're right. But they use brokerages, which means that they have business relationships with brokerages. All of those brokerages connected to shorts. Sometimes directly. If we're building fucking ridiculous conspiracy theories about the brokerages, fully flesh them out. Ryan Cohen owns Apple. Citadel owns a large stake in Apple too. Souls. Didn't ComputerShare got like fined in Ireland for fucking mismanagement of shareholders' shares? They're just as shitty and complicit as all the other financial institutions. They're not special. Look into the fraud committed by transfer agents that the SEC has prosecuted over the years. These guys do not have a good track record. ComputerShare better than others, don't get me wrong, but it takes like fucking $150 in a dream to become a transfer agent. That's only when you sell. So entire system corrupt. Well, that's inevitable. Cool. They're CS is like a label. Like, have you ever guys met one of those people that like label everything in their house? That's what CS is. It's the label maker for your shares. You punch your name in, you print out the little label, and you stick it on your share. GameStop does pay them quite a lot for all these accounts with like X shares in them. I don't care what people do at DRS. That's the point. That's my beef with it. I don't want to fucking hear about it anymore. I don't give a shit. I don't understand these people who are like coming in here and advertising it, screaming, DRS your shares. Fucking DRS your own shares and shut the fuck up. Sounds like you need CS to print a label for your nut mix so people quit eating all the caramels. It happened again. What if all the money raised in the share offering was to create DRS accounts? Then how do we trade safely and securely? You don't. Get fucked. I wonder the total cost of GameStop to have all those CS accounts. Death by 1,000 cuts. It's killing our fucking earnings per share. If the share goes up $3 and then somebody direct registers it and it costs GameStop 600, this does not sound like a win-win to me. If RC tweeted a purple circle, would you DRS? No. Why would I think that he's better at managing my finances than I am? Ironically, if people treat cryptic shit on Twitter, that doesn't influence my financial decisions. No matter how hard they hint. If RC tweets a pickle, will everyone on SS buy options? Oh, did you expect to get an answer, Gaff? No. This is how the DRS conversation goes. DRS your shares you shill. And then you go, no. And then you go, DRS. And they're like, I don't want to do that. Why should I do that? Nothing. Silence. Or occasionally you'll get like a real devout DRS zealot and they'll be like, because Ryan Cohen told you to. I'm like, I didn't hear him. And then silence. Or they'll bring up that it was brought up in the quarterly report. That's why the only 3-letter acronym I believe in is CNS. The dog also told everyone to buy options. You have eyes on Upstart. It makes pretty big moves to the up and downside regularly. It can be a good play for both calls and puts for someone who understands trends. Thoughts? I've tracked it for a bit. It's kind of volatile. I've played it a few times. I can't remember why recently I didn't want to get into it. But it's very volatile. And IV is high, it's expensive. If you weren't streaming, do you normally listen to like music or podcasts while trading? No, I just played Teamfight Tactics and traded. Also, trading was only like an hour of my day generally. Killer, I have nothing but fond feelings for you. RC tweets a pickle, super stonk. That's saying pickle bad and to do DRS. We can capture profits on that volatility with our guidance. If GME goes flat, it can become part of your stream. Just throwing it out there. Thanks, son. I mean, it's a materially relevant change in share ownership. I'm sure every accountant and lawyer looking at the quarterly report would agree. Would you go back to day trading full time now that you've transitioned into swing trading? Swing trading is easier. Are we gonna have a 2:70 p.m. CNS on yet? No, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. I'll think about it. How much would you day trade when you traded for 1 hour? 20K, 100K? I mean, some days I wouldn't even trade anything. If I didn't like how my entries looked, I just wouldn't trade shit. Percentage of my portfolio at the time per trade. Current max span 120. Current price 114. What if the CEO of BR asked you to, would you DRS then? What? Are you buying 480 calls for April 14th? Like a true degenerate? Are you being sarcastic about owning AMC or do you actually own some? Yeah, I have like 30 shares that I bought in Cash App on like January. It was like January 13th. I was taking a shit at the time and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy some of this. And then something happened with my, like I didn't remember my Cash App password or I got like locked out of my account. And then I kept trying to get in and I just got completely locked out and now they're just sitting there and I don't want to deal with contacting them and trying to right the situation. So diamond hands. I watched into a stream saying GameStop pays when people DRS. Can you elaborate, or are you being facetious? Yeah, CS has a fee schedule that they charge GameStop when someone creates an account, when people deposit shares into that account, when people remove shares from that account, if shares are failed to be delivered into that account. He showed his wrist, Windmoon. Believe me, I would have sold it at 14. I would have sold it at 70. I would sell it right now. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it for me to call them up and deal with it. I will hold them until AMC goes bankrupt, and then I will write them off on my taxes. Have you already trading related nightmares? Like you're trapped in a blown trade and can't exit because your broker goes down? No. I perfectly time my exit on my degenerate Costco 0 DTEs. Be proud of me for once. All right. Quick maths. If 5% of the flow is DRS, RSS is asking retail to come up with $6.8 billion at a current share price to fully lock the float. CS would make $603 million from transfer fees from retail on top of the fees paid to open each account by GameStop. But yes. I keep DRSing and un-DRSing my shares to keep short hedge funds on their toes. Would you DRS if your mom told you to? Probably not. RSS is happy to trust CS because GME pays them, but doesn't realize that the only reason they have to pay them is because they're moving their shares there. I love you, GME. Now pay for my love. Quite the abusive relationship. Oof. Is the spy just taking a nosedive? No. GameStop just getting ragged. Hey, Rig's up. Ooh, look, I made money on Rig. Hold on. Where? Where's the stock? Look at me go. Hmm. I'm fucking all about this. It feels good to have a green call in my account. How's Cat doing? Cat coming back down a little? Did it get rejected? Yes. Not very hard. 4 hour? Look at this. I can move. Okay, that's fine. Probably consolidate there. Holy sell-off? I mean, not really. Well, I found out what I'm doing with my in the money calls because they got stopped out. um, you hype for Power Hour? Sure. Am I going to be assigned? How am I going to be assigned? I don't have any covered calls. Wait, I can fix this. I promise. It's all good, guys. Now this is stock manipulation. That almost went south real quick. Had these powers this whole time. No, I knew about it. Is this a BlackRock ploy to get us to short GME? Would you DRS in a house? Would you DRS with the mouse? Would you DRS in a box? Would you DRS with a fox? Would you DRS on a boat? Would you DRS with a goat? Would you DRS and ham? Would you DRS, gherkin? I would not, could not DRS. Not in a house or with a mouse. Not in a box or with a fox. Not on a boat or with a goat. I will not DRS, Tim Timmery. I will not DRS at all. Yeah, I'm going to clip this whole thing. This was great. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to find the Ko-Fi that I just missed. Thanks to the $3, Kirk. Thanks, GameSpeed. They're only shorting because it'll halt it into close. They'd have to short a lot harder than this. How is this making people feel right now? Hey, if they short it into close, that's bullet. Like, if they short it into a halt right now, that's bullish as fuck. Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't you think of a downside halt? It's just as possible as an upside one, except more sad. Can I flip my screen upside down? I mean, I could. That kind of works. There we go. This is indicative of in the money puts needed to mark their fat bag of risk as long. In the money puts be cash secured, so no, I don't think that would receive this amount of hedging. We're doing it, guys. Vaughn, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold.
Are you guys seeing like how they manipulate your psychology though? Like I literally just made the candles green in the opposite direction and flipped my screen upside down. And you feel better, don't you? If no covering by Monday and nothing marked long, margin call most likely. Maybe. The possibility for it increases. Yo, but we ain't no cult. No, I feel worse. I'm confused. Short us now, right? The best part of this is it made all my negative balances on my options green. Look how much I'm up. I'm gonna sell them all and call WeBull and be like, it said they were up. I have a screenshot. Oh, they can't run away now. Always green, baby. I wonder if I could get some, like, program something to do this full time. Hedge funds hate this one simple trick. Imagine short hedge funds right now. So they're happy it's dropping. They turn the screen upside down. As of March 9th, 2022, DTC will no longer accommodate any fast transfer agent requests or DTC to confirm the agent's fast transfer balance on behalf of the agent. Wait, what? As of March 9th, 2022, DTC will no longer accommodate any fast transfer agent request for the DTC to confirm the agent's fast transfer balance on behalf of the DTC. Oh, so DTC is saying fuck your DRS shares? Cool. When I turned in, just as you explained you were naked in the shower with a sock on your head, a few days before I tuned in and you're discussing your issues with a grinder. It's with a grinder, not with Grinder, the dating app. Oh, my psychology. Carly Rae Jefferson. If I was gay, I wouldn't have any problems being on Grinder. I'm not, but no judgment. I believe the DRS thing is related to people asking for the balance, not being able to transfer. No, it's about CS asking for the balance. I think, not people. Have you ever tried it though? Being gay is super dope. I can't say I have, but I haven't been interested. So maybe CS is no longer allowed to ask if the total number of registered shares equals the float. By the way, Paris, can you DM me that? The DTC rule change? I'm not gay. Like Trash Day, I just invited you for a little bit of duck love, Matt Kors style. I'm aware. What did that rule change mean for DRS? I don't know. I need to look it over. Thank God. Want a cam later? But did everyone think I was gay? Huh. Do you have kids? I seem to remember child screams. No. Do you believe the deferral for reporting swaps last year was a coincidence? No. The rule change means that CPU share won't be able to report to GameStop what percent of the float is locked anymore. Interesting. so strange. I tell you, they punish any type of hype or positive sentiment. It's the strongest weapon they have. That and the ability to change the rules whenever the fuck they want. I would say that's the strongest weapon. It's only because we've never seen you and gay in the same room at the same time. Assumptions were made. Huh. I think it's because you don't talk about your love life at all. Also because you don't respond to hands advances. Oh. Yeah, but not gay. You do eat the perfect nut mix every day. I mean, who doesn't like some salty nuts? Sounds like a spicy nugget. It does sound like a spicy hot nugget, but no one's DMing it to me. You know, as my brigading minions, you guys are really failing me right now with this DTC rule change. You never talk about women. It's kind of sus for a stock channel. Should I be overtly misogynist? That doesn't seem cool. My wife called me gay because I watch the stream 6 days a week. She might be onto something. Rumor has it that you were banned from SS because they thought you were gay. If you let JSmart know you like girls, he might let you back in. Huh. I never thought you were gay after seeing what you did to my Philadelphia wife. Should have seen what I did when I flipped her over. Send you the link for the rule change. Thank you. Oh, I want to see. I don't want to see Charlie's vids fucking version of it. Oh, that wasn't you. God, no. I refuse to click that. I just want to read it. I don't want it misinterpreted at me. But you were straight when you got the perm? I'm confused. Yeah. New DTC rule change regarding fast. Yeah, I know. I just want to see the real thing from the DTC. I don't need an intermediary. So what's close prediction? Fuck, I don't know, man. Are we gonna drop another $3? What are you banking on? Looks bearish. Did anything else fall? I guess the SPY a little bit, but definitely not to the same degree. XRT? Nope. Interesting. Did we not track with anything on that move? I mean, Nordstrom's had a shit day, but fucking AMC didn't even drop. Alton to close and spike options. Yeah, I guess DN was 104 yesterday. They can't afford to hedge anything over the weekend, maybe? That really questions if someone got, like, that thesis would question if someone got margin called, who the fuck is it? Because it wouldn't be, like, that would be like if Wolverine got called or something. Doesn't make any sense. It's like an awesome Mike buys leaps. I wonder if I'm going to carry these rig calls over the weekend. Oh, yeah, I am. I DM'd the DCC deck. Cool. Oh, thank you. All right, fast transfer agents are required to confirm their fast balances daily. On occasion, due to connectivity, access, or entitlement issues, a fast transfer agent has requested the DTC operations regulatory control staff confirm that agent's fast balances in the system on behalf of the agent. But while DTC may have accommodated such requests under certain circumstances in the past, the process both exposes the DTC and fast transfer agents to the risks associated with the exemption processing. Accordingly, beginning March 9th, 2022, DTC will, here, hold on. DTC will no longer accommodate any fast transfer agent request for DTC to confirm the agent's fast balance on behalf of the agent. As a reminder, a fast transfer agent that experiences connectivity issues must notify DTC promptly to avoid falling behind in their confirmations. Additionally, all fast transfer agents must ensure that they have enough staff with entitlements and access to fast balance confirmation FBC function to account for personnel absences or changes. Okay, so the DTC is not telling fast agents what their balance is anymore. Cool. This is on behalf of, so you can't check someone else's balance. Why would you be able to check someone else's balance? Fastest was notified DCC. Generally, all fastest, which ensure they have. No, it says that the DTC will no longer confirm on behalf of the agent. Yeah. Accordingly, beginning March 9th, 2022, DTC will no longer accommodate any fast transfer agent request for DTC to confirm the agent's balance, fast balance, on behalf of the agent. So the DTC will no longer confirm the balance on behalf of the requesting agent. They're not confirming someone else's balance. Bitcoin dropped just like GME in the past 30 minutes. Q shids and farts told you says. Oh, Jesus Christ. This has nothing to do with anything. I think Melvin checks for CS or vice versa. It's regulatory compliance back on fast participants. Yeah. I mean, I would say it's not a big deal. I mean, I think what needs to be highlighted here, most importantly, is that DTC has complete power and control over its fast agents. Can I make 10K with 1K via J trading in 1 month if you get really fucking lucky? Yeah, it's all brokers, MM and AP. This is probably due to the transparency changes in shorting. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. So computer share has to deploy its own counting and vetting mechanism. DCC isn't liable for that result. Yeah, but all fast agents, not just computer share. Charlie also says that the war in the Ukraine is a fake to affect the market. uh I know, Gaff. Why do they short so? I don't know. Maybe they were gunning for a downside halt. Maybe someone's selling a bunch of GameStop. I really don't know. Could be an institution selling out. It's a pretty hard drop. Odds it's an institution selling long positions to cover their margin call from shorts. That's the order that liquidation would occur. Can I do that through? No, the memberships can't. I can't do the memberships through Ko-Fi. At least not yet. I don't even know how to set that up. Also, you wouldn't get any of the privileges that it comes with on YouTube. So I just, and YouTube automates it. So I just use YouTube for that. Don't worry about it, man. It's, Susquehanna dumping their longs? That'd be a bigger drop than this, I think. I don't feel so good. Hang in there. This is the biggest volume sell I've seen in a long time. Are we about $30 move on GameStop next week? That would be cool. Rip my calls. I'm not crazy. This actually seems bullish. Generally speaking, when your stock drops real hard, it's not. Fuck it. Yeah, bullish. Before the rip. What do you think is happening? Not official, just wing it. I don't know. It depends on how much harder we go down into close. If we halt into close, suspicious. Down or up, doesn't matter. Who's selling? People who own the stock? Probably someone who owns a lot of the stock. $108.63 close, calling it. Interesting. Now I feel obligated to call it as well. I'm gonna call 114. I'm just gonna opposite you. 114.11. What are the consequences of halting into close? It extends FTD covering to the following morning. I'm actually starting to believe that at Ken Griffin is actually Ken Griffin. It could be. I mean, why not hang out here all day? Regretted not catching 117-ish dips all through the week. Got in this morning. They have a direct feed through Fidelity to my moves and seek only to destroy my life. Yeah, I can link the new rule change here. How do you know this drop isn't from shorting? Sure, it could be. Shorting's a kind of selling. You're going to be buying a lot of shares today. I'm thinking if I want to buy the shares or just buy back the puts. Oh, my third assignment. Fuck me. You know what I could do? I could just fucking sell. I got this. Sell. Ugh. These aren't worth shit. Oh, just roll them. There we go. No assignment for me. Get fucked, hedgies. I think you should do this on GME, but what's to stop someone from selling a 0DT deep in the money call for, say, $3 a share versus current price, then immediately buying them back after hours for a profit? Probably getting a fill. I think you just lose money on slippage. Of course I sold puts. That's a bullish bet, critical hits. Yeah, Rig's doing some stuff. I'm excited about it. Mm-hmm. Did you say selling puts? Did I hear that right? Yes. Cash secured puts. Avoiding assignment is unfortunately bearish. Well, you know. Does that mean you sold a future CSP worth more than your open contract and use that to close your initial CSPs? Well, I've sold the new ones. The current ones aren't closed yet. I'm going to wait to close them because I think we can go up into close a little bit, and then I'll close them out when they're a little cheaper. But yes. $115, Noah. Can you please check your order book on my WeBull? The sell order book is drying up. No, it's stacked. It's nice and thick on the sell side. Have you rolled your March 18s yet? Yeah, pretty much all of them. I have a few leftover contracts, but not many. Visceral for MOASS. Where is he? Are you just visceral, Ross? Tell me the truth. NFC platform got hacked. RCW's position. Just a fan. Okay. I showed up for close. What's up, Danimals? Stock usually rips 11 days before earnings. Put that in your DD pipe and smoke it. Okay. What do you mean usually? Brandan. Formerly Tiger Blood. I think you shady banned me. I'm not seeing any of my comments. I see your comments. Maybe Carl's just like fucking with you and deleting the things you're saying. So despite the dip, you're still not gay and I have no chance. Yeah, so the dip didn't make me gay. I'm sorry. So the future cycles can't be predicted anymore. We'll see, but currently no. You buying a bunch of GME this week? No, I rolled my contracts. Well, partially. I bought more CSPs. Sold more CSPs. You're not sorry. This doesn't look like it's getting any better for me. All right, I'm just gonna fucking wear it. Lame. Thank God I sold them when they were in the money. Jesus Christ. All right, cool. Later, critical hits. Couldn't they just move the cycle? I mean, it's not that simple. The same people who hate on you for not DRSing your shares actually spend their time following you here to continue to argue with you about it. What's their goal or end game? Wish I had that much free time. I have no idea, Andrew, but I find it infinitely entertaining. Sold 115s in the money today or earlier in the week. So it didn't cost me that much to roll it. They were almost worthless until a few minutes ago. But I sure as fuck wasn't going to get assigned on them. Power rate went up to 1.98. Cool. I only have 5 shares. Slappy Pappy. Family next month for a spring break trip to New York City. Want to spend a day guiding some folks around while not streaming? No? That sounds terrible. I appreciate the offer. If you want to, if you have any questions, I'll answer them for you. I see 120 on your screen. What are you talking about? My 5 shares of GameStop? When you say assigned under CSP, does that mean you didn't want to be forced to buy shares? Yeah. I would have had to have bought 5,000 shares at $115. That does not sound attractive to me today. So you sell 1/20th of a covered call? Well, yeah, like on Craigslist. I call them partial covered calls. So PCC. Why don't I want to buy more shares today? I wonder. Five shares is more than enough for the infinity pool. Read the DD. It's done, bro. You get it, Gaff. What's up? Is Dill Pickle Designs yours on Etsy? If the only products for sale are partial covered calls, then yes. Wink if internally you think this sell was another step in forced liquidation. No, it could be. I have no idea. It was odd. Hand knitted covered calls. 115C expiry, 318 look good. 318, 115C. Could be. You know, someone last night asked me, Gaff, if the maybe the obligations were at the nuclear storage facility in Ukraine. I said I'd check with you. I forgot. I think they were serious. So maybe you could shed some light on that. Do you know where the obligations warehouse is? Show us the warehouse. Also, it's 2022. Why don't they call it an obligations fulfillment center? And just kidding. Any instinctive thoughts on the matter? We'll see. I mean, we have to assess what's going on with this, man. There's a lot of weird shit recently. Can you have a meal or drink at Francis Tavern in New York City? Let me know if it's worth a stop while we're there. Yeah, I'll head over there today. I'll just order some of everything and let you know how it is. The obligations warehouse is inside us all. So you're saying we internalized it? 414, Mr. Money Modafinal. They're only covered calls and they come from the covered valley in France, the hidden valley here in the Midwest. Otherwise, they're just sparkling puts. That does sound shilly, but do you feel the community is overlooking the fact that short hedge funds might actually not be in the mud with GME anymore? That sounds pretty shilly, man. Welcome. Before you go, you can recap your thoughts on failed cycles, margin calls, etc. So we have something for the weekend. I did earlier. I clipped it. I'll release the clip later. Then everyone can have at it. Who is my daddy? What does he do? I don't have one. I bit my lip. I bit it and it hurts. Ow. Is anything today telling you that they are marking long? No, because I don't have the OI data doesn't update till after market close. When's the next non-existent cycle? I'm not going to tell you, Banter King. You don't deserve to know. Can we get Stefan for the end of the interesting week of GME movement? No. Stefan he does not like what happened today. He's sad. He asked for the day off. I'm allowing it. Check quant cord. Is it a big deal? Is it just a random document? Ooh. Interesting. We should have a discussion about your handwriting, turd. Are these the E-minis again? Thanks, Micah. Do you think it moves to XRT different quarterly cycle or just sit and wait, I guess? Maybe. Holy shit. What? What are you holy shitting? Oh. Did they start the roll? Right. Turd. Context and explanations. Fucking bastard. If I said I was paying and we could go anywhere in New York, would you hang out with me for a meal? No. No, probably not. No offense to you, but why wouldn't I just go eat by myself and pay for it? I mean, I see the volume, so not really. Entered into futures on December 10th. Okay. What happened back then? Big drop. But these are just e-minis. Why would this be fucking tracking? Oh, that's right. Is this 20? Oh, am I looking at 2021? Oh. Yeah, all their futures are due. Cool. Split the check at Luger's. Have you seen things like this before in other stocks? I mean, not often. If I saw you in New York and gave you a head nod, would you nod back? Yes. I heard you're gay. Can I become your wife? For citizenship purposes? Or for companionship purposes? That's because I like convenience, Strat 9. I'm not gonna live in the middle of nowhere. I like things that other people produce, just not anybody like being around them. Thanks for putting in the work day in and out. Much appreciated. Thank you, Daniel Montenegro. Thank you very much. A month to get a reservation at Luger's? I don't think so, dude. I can get us in. I'm still thinking if I want to eat there with another person, though. Usually I just get it to go. If I saw you in New York and made eye contact with you, would you ask me how I got out of the basement? Probably. Give us the deets on that DM. No, because it's confusing. But why e-minis? It doesn't even make sense to use e-minis. I don't want to settle up, so I use the obligation warehouse. Have a billion phantom shares that I have to shove in. Stop considering gay propositions and explain the futures thing, please. Listen, dude, I'm just trying to get free dinner, all right? Don't judge me. If I saw you in New York and showed you my pickle, would you show me yours in return? Corsair exploding? You like Asian people? The same as all other people. What kind of question is that? Smooth, sometimes I swear to God, you were the stupidest motherfucker, man. I said you had a beautiful body. Would you hold it against me? No. Yeah, they're usually like a speculative asset. I don't understand the purpose in using them for anything that we're considering. It'd be rude not to show your pickle at that point. Probably. I had it on the screen. You should be able to rewind it, Bob. It's kind of meaningless. It's just they're just no longer disclosing on behalf, and so they're forcing fast agents to take responsibility for managing their account balances. If I saw you in New York, we could go anywhere. Would you want to eat dinner together but not talk the whole time and just play on our phones? I actually hate that. I learned more about entropy from you than the movie Tenet. LC, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Was there a message that you wanted to include with that, man? Trading $20 below peak of Feb 16 on no news. Interesting. Have a good weekend, everybody. You too, Clerk. How much is 50 Canadian in real money? I don't know. About the same, probably. So everyone's still trying to take me out this weekend. No halting to close. Any thoughts on the price action next week? I'm looking to Monday for some shit, and then after that, not really until the 9th and 10th. You see evidence for marking as long after close today? Not yet. You have to wait for the OI data to come in. I'll update on the Reddit, and I'll update on the stream Monday before market open. Guys, don't forget, members only stream this weekend. 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, the usual. No pores. And that's it. 12:30 p.m. market time. Because they think entropy changes really quick. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend. I'll see the rest of you Monday morning, bright and early, at 9 a.m. 9 something a.m.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.